FedCASIC 2023 and to the Management Challenges panel. I'm Jane Shepard from WestAt. We are so pleased to be able to attend FedCASIC via WebEx this year. This is the second of two Management Challenges panels that Karen Davis and I are moderating this year. At this time, all attendees are in listen-only mode. The session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. Karen will be the moderator for this session. The format of the session is that I will introduce Karen and she will introduce the panelist. After that, each panelist will do a short presentation on the topic, after which we will open it up for questions and audience participation in the discussion. For audience members, you can enter your questions in the chat and then Karen will read the questions to the panelist, or you can raise your hand in the WebEx to bring up the questions for everyone. If your question is for a specific panelist, please indicate that in the chat. In past years, these sessions have been very interesting and very interactive. So our topic for this panel is management challenges associated with survey project management. Our panelists are Adam Safir, Kyle Fennell, and Carolyn Pickering. Karen Davis, the moderator, is Vice President Technology in the RTI Technology Practice and has been with RTI International for almost 24 years. She is currently responsible for over 300 million of NIH data modernization work, including principal on the Biodata Catalyst Data Management Core Project and PI for the NIH Cloud Platform, Interoperability Administrative Coordinating Center. Before joining RTI, Davis's career included several technology management roles, including management of database engineering and Unix software development at Data General. Her educational background includes bachelor's degrees in mathematics and English and an MS in management with a concentration in information systems. I'm going to turn this over to Karen now.
Good morning and welcome to our session. Jane and I have moderated panel discussions at FedCASIC. We were trying to figure out, it's probably around 17 years, and we are really pleased to be back again at FedCASIC this year. We have three wonderful panelists with us this morning to talk about management challenges associated with survey project management. The first panelist, I've got these in the wrong order on my notes, is Carolyn Pickering. She has served as a survey director at the U.S. Census Bureau since 2012, managing CAPI and self-response surveys. She currently manages the Survey of Income and Program Participation, the National Survey of Children's Health, and the National Sample Survey of Registered Nurses. Surveys she previously managed includes the Consumer Expenditure Survey, the Telephone Point of Purchase Survey, the National Survey of Fishing, Hunting, and Wildlife Associated Recreation, and a suite of school and household surveys about education sponsored by the National Center for Education Statistics. Prior to serving at Census, she served in several roles at the Bureau of Labor Statistics from 1988 to 2012, primarily supporting CE. Our second panelist and speaker will be Adam Safir. He is the chief of the Division of Consumer Expenditure Surveys at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Prior to joining BLS, he served on the research management staff of RTI International, the Urban Institute, Arbitron, and the University of Maryland Survey Research Center. He received graduate and undergraduate degrees from the University of Maryland, College Park, and has been in the survey methods field for more than 25 years. His primary research interests concern measurement error and related substantive topics in consumer expenditure survey methodology. And last but definitely not least, our third speaker will be Kyle Fennell. He has been with NORC since moving back to Chicago late in 2002 and has helped lead NORC's field operations team for the last 15 years. He currently leads the department staffing team and is focused on finding better ways to attract interviewers, making informed hiring decisions, and designing efficient onboarding workflow so that he can bring in more predictable outcomes for project staffing as they move further from the disruption of the COVID years. Kyle's secondary primary responsibility is leading the department's efforts to capture paradata about interviewer performance and transform this information into reports and dashboards used by project management teams. Kyle says he is more excited than he should be about the ongoing transition to R for data manipulation and report preparation and the uses the team is finding for the data created by the GPS-enabled time reporting software used by NORC's interviewing team. Kyle's excited that this spring has finally returned to Chicago and is attending the conference from his back porch and trying to decide what to plant in his garden this year. So on that note, I think, Jane, we can move to the next slide. And yes, I already did that. I guess I should have had you move a minute ago. And we're going to turn this over to, as Jane said, we're going to have each panelist do a short presentation, after which we will do Q&A and discussion. And I want to remind the audience, these panels have always been very interactive. You can comment on the topic, you can add information, as well as ask questions. So I'm really hoping all the audience will step up and make this a really engaging session at FedCASIC this year. So Carolyn, I will turn this over to you.
Thank you, Karen. Jane, if we could move to the next slide, please. Good morning, everybody. First, I'd like to start by giving you a little background on the Demographic Directorate, which I am a part of. The U.S. Census Bureau's Demographic Programs Directorate manages the full survey life cycle of household surveys, producing data to meet diverse policy needs. We manage the survey of income and program participation, also known as SIP, and is appropriated to the U.S. Census Bureau. We also manage the current population survey and the annual social and economic supplement to the CPS, which is jointly funded by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and Census, and multiple surveys designed and conducted on behalf of other federal agencies on a cost reimbursable basis. Next slide, please. The majority of our work is associated with conducting large and smaller scale household surveys on behalf of other federal agencies, including the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the National Center for Health Statistics, the Department of Defense, Health Resources and Services Administration, the Bureau of Justice Statistics, Housing and Urban Development, the National Center of Education Statistics, and the National Center for Science and Engineering Statistics. We also conduct select institutional surveys, particularly of schools and ambulatory medical care entities. Next slide, please. Now, of course, the topic of today is management challenges that we're facing with managing surveys. I'm going to talk a little bit about stagnant funding, but rising data collection costs, hiring and retaining interviewer and technical staff, adapting quickly to new methodologies and technologies, adapting quickly to unanticipated events, and gaining support from legislators and the public for our surveys. And fortunately, there's several sessions throughout FedCASIC today that dive deeper into many of these topics. Next slide, please. So first, looking at funding versus costs. As many of you may know, our budgets are requested 2 years in advance. But unfortunately, the actual funding amounts are not known until a fiscal year's budget is enacted. Where this often causes a discrepancy is we don't know what pay raises are going to be, what rate changes we're going to incur at the time that we are requesting our budgets. The Demographic Directorate at the Census Bureau is in a unique position in that most of our funding for these surveys is coming from other agencies. So we need to coordinate closely with our reimbursable sponsors to make sure we're accounting for any possible increases that we will see 2 years in advance. Many of these rising data collection costs are driven by increased time needed to get a case, particularly with our CAPI surveys. But this is also true of our self-response surveys, which are primarily conducted by web and paper. Rising labor costs, both for hiring and retaining staff that we already have. Rising fuel costs and costs of other resources such as paper, which have gone significantly higher in the last year or two, and the costs associated with adapting to new technologies. Because as you know, while we want to move forward, we have to keep the day production going while we're moving to these new technologies, which causes for temporary increase in costs. The use of multi-mode data collection methodologies and data-driven analytics ultimately will help offset these rising costs. But these are areas where we have to be thoughtful about moving into so that we can maintain our timelines and reduce variances with our estimates. Next slide, please. Hiring and retaining staff, particularly interviewers, has become much more challenging over the years. At its core, the job of the interviewer has not changed, while everything in the interviewing environment has changed. People are less inclined to talk either face-to-face or on the phone. This is true of both our respondents as well as the staff who are often seeking out our interviewer positions. People are more distrustful, which impedes collecting both self-response and interviewer collected data. When we're collecting a self-response survey, we have to find a way to break through without that personal interaction. And on the interviewer administered surveys, we need to hire staff who are good at converting reluctant respondents. People are busy, and even if they're willing to do our surveys, they do not always have the time to respond to long surveys. Technology makes it easier for people to avoid responding to surveys. 30 years ago, we didn't necessarily have caller ID. 30 years ago, we didn't have a camera on everyone's front door letting them see who was waiting on the other side. These options also make it easier in some ways to find folks because we have digital footprints that we didn't have before. But when it comes down to it, it's harder to get to people than it used to be. Interviewers need more flexibility than ever to make contact with respondents. Where this becomes a challenge with hiring and retaining staff is that oftentimes folks aren't able to catch respondents during the day, while much of our staff is part-time, making their availability not necessarily compatible when the staff are or when the respondents are available to be contacted. This is a challenge that is being encountered across not just the government, but also our nonprofit and private industry surveying industry as well. And I believe there is a session specifically on that later today. Next slide, please. New talent are often most experienced in, this is with hiring and retaining technical staff. New talent are often most experienced in cutting edge technologies or emerging technologies. Continuous modernization will often attract new staff, but things often move slowly in the federal government. We need to take the time to continue producing our data using the systems that we've used in the past while also moving to new systems. Again, as I mentioned before, this creates an overlap where oftentimes our costs will temporarily increase while we make this transition. Within federal programs, when federal programs do not move to new technologies, experienced staff need training on those new technologies. Again, it takes time. We need to keep producing what we are producing while also affording our staff the time to learn how to adapt to new programming languages, new types of servers, anything that will help us produce the data more efficiently and in a modern way. Resources must be available to maintain legacy systems while moving to new technologies. And again, this all comes back to the funding and having the staff on board. Next slide, please. Specifically looking at modernizing methodologies and technologies, adapting new data collection methodologies can reduce costs, increase data quality, and support the interviewers. Using new technologies for both data collection and data processing can reduce costs, reduce processing times, attract top talent, and allow programs to react quickly to unanticipated events. Linking to administrative records allows us to learn more about non-respondents and impute missing data and will potentially allow us to shorten interviews. Incorporating adaptive survey design and case prioritization methodologies can ensure the most needed cases are pursued in a data collection when resources become scarce. All of these are things that the Census Bureau is pursuing. Again, it's slow in coming. The goal, as always, is to have all of these new methodologies and technologies in place prior to the 2030 decennium. Next slide, please. Unanticipated events that affect surveys come from many sources, such as world pandemics, natural disasters, new short-term and permanent legislation. The time needed to develop and incorporate survey content or change collection modes is improving. One example is the Household Pulse Survey, which came about very quickly shortly after the start of the coronavirus pandemic. It was a multi-division effort and multi-sponsor effort that allowed us to start almost immediately collecting data that took the pulse of the country and how it was being affected by the coronavirus pandemic. The pandemic also drove us from in-person interviewing to telephone interviewing. It was surprising how quickly we were able to pivot and make that happen with having little to no pause in our data collection efforts. While no one is saying that telephone interviewing is the best way to collect the data, the fact that we were able to avoid any significant gaps in our data collection speaks to the effort that went into making that change very suddenly. Next slide, please. When it comes down to it, support is needed from legislators and can be gained by demonstrating the importance of the data we collect, effectively using the funding currently provided to programs, and continuously conveying to legislators the drivers of rising costs, how programs are mitigating rising costs, when mitigation strategies have been exhausted and additional permanent funding is needed. One additional note, one of the challenges that we've been experiencing in the last several years is the lack of a budget on October 1. I realize that it's been many years since we've had an actual enacted budget on October 1st. But unknown to many folks, the series of continuing resolutions that we've been experiencing can have significant negative impacts on our survey data collection operations. Being held to prior year levels in and of itself isn't necessarily the problem, but it's the way the funding is provided, and conveying that type of information to our legislators perhaps can get us on a better track to have a smooth transition from fiscal year to fiscal year with the actual operations and administration of our programs. Support is also needed from the public and can be gained by demonstrating the importance of the data that we collect and reducing respondent burden wherever we can. Next slide, please. So my final thoughts are, we need to begin working towards a coordinated effort across surveys, across sponsors, across agencies, in order to start building the support for a standardized statistical system. Most of our management practices, I think, are similar. Day to day, what I am most driven by is making sure the impediments to getting the work done are not there to the extent I have control, that we are accurately forecasting our costs while also using the funding that we have efficiently. Much of it comes back to communication, which we cannot have more opportunities like this to speak with people within our industry. Cannot be, any more valuable than what I find this. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. All right, Jane, next slide, please. All right, so we're going to turn this over to Adam for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Welcome. It's good to see everyone. That was a great presentation from Carolyn. She hit a lot of the really critical points. So hopefully I'll have something to contribute that's unique. Next slide, please. I did want to start by just thanking the organizers first, because I think that management challenges is an important topic, obviously, but also because the session title is management challenges and not management challenges and solutions, which would have been a little more difficult to prepare. But I do think that this is an interesting topic, in part because it can be interpreted in a number of ways. So specifically, there are, of course, overarching big ticket challenges that all survey managers face. That's future disruptions caused by national scale events like the COVID-19 pandemic, not just technology acquisition, but the rapid evolution of technologies. Also workforce changes with differing expectations around flexibility and work-life balance presents, I think, some challenges to hiring managers. But more generally, we could also talk about the challenges of managing a survey in the field with a heavy focus on operations, or the challenges of being a manager of a survey and the interpersonal dynamics that often arise and which require direct guidance and mediation to keep things moving forward. Or we could talk about the challenges of managing a survey program, which involves not just survey operations or interpersonal dynamics, but also the mechanics of a multifaceted enterprise that simultaneously involves staffing, research, testing, instrumentation, implementation, production, estimation, dissemination, and of course, innovation. And because my role is as a program manager, in this presentation, I'm going to focus on the latter with specific attention to cross-functional coordination, response to environmental change, technical staff training, and budgeting. Next slide, please. So first, just a bit of background about the BLS consumer expenditure surveys. The mission of the CE is to collect, process, and disseminate information that presents a statistical picture of consumer spending for the Consumer Price Index, government agencies, and private data users. It's a survey that's larger than many, but not as big as some. We start out with about 52,000 independent interview survey addresses and 35,000 diary survey addresses, which yield approximately 20,000 interview completes and 13,000 diary completes. And so BLS works with the Census Bureau to collect the data. And over the course of a given year, these efforts result in a number of important data products, like data that CPI uses in the construction of their cost weights, public use microdata for external researchers, restricted microdata for on-site researchers, and publication tables. Next slide, please. Now, Census and BLS have been working together on the CE surveys since 1972. And like many surveys, CE's design and protocol hasn't remained static. Yes, the current design is based on the 72 survey format, but over the years, CE has researched and introduced many improvements to individual components of the design, including some of those listed here. Next slide, please. Now, let's talk about management challenges. So first up is cross-functional coordination, or the process of aligning and collaborating with different departments or teams within an organization. And so certainly resource planning, identifying, estimating, and allocating resources needed to successfully complete our activities is a big ticket item. And when you effectively optimize resource planning, you can manage uncertainties and you can minimize delays and you can improve resource utilization to meet your objectives and timelines. But complicating that process is the sheer number of separate business units involved in the overall process, and the need to coordinate across those multiple business units with perhaps different priorities, objectives, functional qualifications, and expertise. And so in this slide, you can see 14 different census business units that have at least some role in the collection of CE data. And this is always, I always take a step back when I look at this on paper, because as Jane mentioned, I started out at the University of Maryland Survey Research Center, where we would contract with clients to collect data in the field. And the number of people involved in that operation was so small compared to large-scale surveys like the Consumer Expenditure Survey. You had a cases programmer, you had 5 to 10 telephone interviewers, you had a data analyst, a couple other people involved, methodologists, that sort of thing. But by and large, you were talking to the same people over and over on a year-over-year basis, and there developed a level of rapport and familiarity that made things a little bit easier. But engaging all of these business units in a way that ensures effective communication, enhances trust, and establishes a shared commitment to working towards common goals is a process that for us requires continuous attention. Next slide, please. And so shifting back to BLS, you can see sort of the same breakdown here on this slide, where there are many, many different business units involved at BLS in the processing, the estimation, the dissemination, and the publication of CE data. And so throughout all of those activities, employees and organizational subunits need to stay aligned in terms of timing of inputs and outputs, resource allocation, mission objectives, and particularly in a remote environment, this can be a challenge where we use every communication mechanism at our disposal, whether you're talking about email, Teams, regular phone calls, and unfortunately, lots and lots of meetings to ensure that the right level of coordination is in place. But even with all that attention that's placed on communication, even today, we have BLS, we have Census, we have NORC, Westat folks, all of whom use technology every day. But some of us are quite unfamiliar with WebEx because we use Teams, or we use Skype, or we use something else. And so there's always that kind of learning curve with new communication technologies or communication technologies that we don't regularly use that sometimes presents obstacles to the smooth operation of our activities. Next slide, please. So moving on to the second of the four challenges that I wanted to talk about, the next is environmental change. And by environmental change, what I mean is anything in the survey environment that might change and impact survey operations in which the survey producer has no control over. And this includes nationwide and regional events that might disrupt interviewing. And we saw with the pandemic how much these kinds of events, and not just the pandemic, but also, for example, wildfires and floods, they can upend interviewing in the field, leading to survey protocol restrictions, protective behaviors on the part of respondents, and other items that affect our ability to continue operations at the survey data collection level. And so the lesson to be learned from the experience of 2020 is that we need to future-proof our survey protocols. And so, it's very commendable of Census, for example, in developing the household pulse survey that Carolyn mentioned. That process has already really begun in terms of establishing collection platforms that are a little bit more robust against the types of disruptions that we've seen over the past. And there do seem to be an increasing number of large-scale events that disrupt in-person interviewing and which make more critical moving survey operations to a fully physically distant posture, if at all possible. And so there are a lot of surveys where you might say, well, that's not possible. This is a face-to-face interview, or this is an interview that needs to happen intermediated by the FR, the interviewer, in the presence of the respondent. But there are alternatives, and with the CE, for example, we have we had a paper diary that we placed in person with respondents, and as part of our development of so-called pandemic-proof protocols, we finalized work on an online diary which can be placed remotely with respondents to collect the same information and is robust against some of the types of protective behaviors undertaken by respondents during the pandemic. Next slide, please. Now, new technology in particular presents challenges to us and for a number of reasons. So a big one is just how fast technology changes, or the pace of technological advancement. So one example is that we were only designing surveys to be administered on home computers for a few years before tablets and then smartphones took off, requiring us to quickly change how we format and visually render surveys for respondents. And that is likely to still change in the coming years. This accelerated rate of change also impacts how respondents encode their purchases in memory. So you might not think about technological advancements in terms of respondent behaviors. But while shoppers used to go to the dairy store, for anyone from the DC area, you might remember Highs, which there used to be a lot of Highs stores around town. They were a dairy store. So you would go there and you would buy milk and you'd write a check. And that changed to going to a big box store like Costco to buy milk and light bulbs and lawn chairs. And now you don't even go to a store. You can purchase groceries right from your phone. And so the point is, with those changes in how you purchase items, and so this is the key item of interest for the consumer expenditure survey, what you purchase becomes much less memorable and more difficult for us to measure. And on this slide, this graphic illustrates how new products, some of which are dependent on technology, new technologies, get introduced and drop out of the market very quickly, which means we, as a survey producer, need to be more nimble in making changes to the questions that we ask and how we process the data from those variables. Next slide, please. Next, let's talk about technical staff training and retention. So from a staff perspective, it's really an exciting time to be engaged in knowledge and data work. These days, seemingly more than ever, there are a number of applications and technical tools available to staff for managing projects, undertaking version control and software development, and for statistical programming. And so I'm thinking about applications like Asana, Jira, Confluence, Python, R, etc. But with the constrained budgets that we have and the need to address gaps in critical competencies, it makes it really essential that we identify the appropriate level of investment and establish priorities for employee training and development, while also being mindful of organizational security requirements and long-term planning. So, for example, we faced issues in the past where staff have fully invested themselves in using a type of software that was available on a trial basis that was later found to be out of compliance with updated security requirements. And so the staff needed to shift from using that one platform to another. And this can be demoralizing and it can affect retention, particularly when you think about the federal environment or the nonprofit environment versus the private sector environment, which is often a little more fast-paced and nimble when it comes to technological adoption. And so, I've seen similar issues in applications that staff develop that we weren't able to deploy for similar reasons. So there's a real need for level setting with staff, while at the same time responding positively to their own intellectual curiosity and interest in innovation and professional development. These are all characteristics that we want to see in staff. But at the same time, we need to make sure that staff retention is supported by investing in and enhancing the value of employees through training and development, but pursuing that approach in a way that makes sense both for the staff and for our planned activities and for the organization as a whole. Next slide, please. Lastly, let's talk about budgeting in a federal agency. I think Carolyn really summarized the federal budget process really well in terms of what happens at the start of the fiscal year and the issue with continuing resolutions. I've spent some time in smaller private sector organizations where the budget was available for use at the start of the fiscal year. And that's not exactly true in the federal environment, where we often see these temporary spending bills or lengthy periods of time when spending is limited to mission critical requests before the budget is finally available, sometimes mid-year. And so this obviously puts contracting, software acquisition, training, and travel on uncertain footing for much of the fiscal year. And it's something that needs to be worked around in a strategic fashion, but obviously it impacts everything from staff attending conferences to staff attending training to staff having the right tools that they need at the right time in order to do their job well. And there is a solution out there. We haven't found one yet. It's such a big problem that affects really all federal agencies. And so hopefully it's one that folks will put their heads together and find some creative solutions for. Next slide, please. Another consideration with respect to budgeting is cost estimation. And so survey costs impact all facets of operational considerations from survey design, sample size, data collection, processing, and dissemination. And the issue is really that the risk and the degree of survey error is directly influenced by factors related to data collection costs. But quality information regarding data collection costs is sometimes difficult to capture. And so what we really need is to reduce the difference or the variance between estimated and observed costs, particularly for hard to reach respondents, in order to appropriately plan our sample requirements and our target completes for a given year. So I'll just close out by reiterating that in the survey research field, there are all the usual management challenges, but also some that are unique to us as survey researchers that require careful attention. And above and beyond really everything else I mentioned, a key challenge, of course, is ensuring that the quality and the accuracy of the survey data that we collect and disseminate is of the highest order that we can possibly manage. And so effective management and survey research requires a combination of technical expertise, strategic planning, good communication skills to ensure that the data that we're putting out are trustworthy, that they're actionable, and that they're fit for use to our stakeholders. Next slide, please. So thanks so much, and I look forward to more conversation during the discussion portion.
Thank you, Adam. Jane, next slide. And we are moving this over to Kyle Fennell for your presentation.
Okay, so hello, everybody. So before we get into the content, just a quick orientation about who we are as an organization. So NORC has been around for over 80 years, and we specialize in providing independent research that delivers reliable data and rigorous analysis for the general public and as well as our clients, and do a variety of projects. Within NORC, we have two major data collection organizations. So we have our TSSO, which specializes in phone and web and mail surveys, and our field operations, which does our in-person work, as well as work that involves a mixture of in-person and phone work. I'm speaking from the perspective of the field team doing our in-person work. This team itself has been is structured with a standing national workforce. We have about 5,000 different people who have worked for us over the last decade. They've billed 6 million hours of labor across hundreds of different projects. And so we're proud of this team, and they're busy in the field right now doing work for a variety of projects. Go ahead to the next slide. So today I'll talk about 5 sort of challenges we've been facing. Begin with the mix of projects and pre and post pandemic and some of the challenges with that. The second topic was just trying to figure out where we are within the COVID world and returning back to normal. There have been some impacts of the remote work revolution over the last couple of years on our workforce. Which also impacts some questions about the role of in-person training and some of the benefits and negatives of moving to remote training. And then I'll give a little bit of a hint at the end about finding and retaining interviewing staff. There is a panel right after this one where you'll hear me as well as several people from other organizations talk in depth about the challenges of finding and retaining interviewing staff in this market, but also at this point within our industry and the changing structure of the workforce out there. So go ahead to the next slide. This is something that every time I look at it, this brings back those fading pandemic memories that we all have. The start of the time series here is the beginning of 2020, right before the pandemic started. And you can see the purple line had 0 COVID work. The yellow line had 100% non-COVID work. And then as we move through the pandemic, you can see that NORC pivoted very quickly to having a large percentage of our field staff involved in COVID-specific work, with contact tracing for a couple of states and some other work we did there. We then had a period when we were opening up in late 2021 through the beginning of 2022, where it was a transition and we were trying to do both. And then following that, from the middle of 2022 through where we are right now, we had a rapid reorientation to going back to the old normal, which is the COVID work disappeared and we're back doing our standard data collection projects, although there's a lot of new twists and turns to how we organize those. During this period, that pivot to doing a large degree of COVID work meant that we had our team transform from managing interviewers working cases to managing a virtual phone shop with a large team working variable hours with the workflow and workload that was really highly responsive to what was happening with the newest variants. And then as that ebbed away, we had to get our sea legs under us and remember all of the things that were normal about doing the work in the field when you have real people talking to real people and having to get in their car and drive. So this has been a challenging thing for us as well as the industry as a whole to manage those transitions. Go to the next slide. One of the things that's been really challenging as we're coming out of the COVID pandemic is to determine whether we're at a new normal or whether we're still in a transition phase where we're seeing disruptions to what is going to be standard practice because of COVID that could fade away a little bit. It's kind of like the same conversation people have about inflation. Is it transitory or is it not? And at this point in time, as we've gone now back to all of our normal CAPI and CADI operations, it's getting clearer about what will be the new normal. But even now, we're still just getting a clearer picture and don't have final answers. And there are three things that I've been focusing on with my team. The first is, what are we going to be able to get in terms of interviewers wanting to work for us? As you can see with the very light shaded area, that was during the core when we had a lot of projects that were in person at launch and there was plenty of work available and interviewers were working a lot of hours. Between the yellow shaded area and the blue, we had a lot of disruption with COVID work coming and going and the hours we could give our team varying highly depending on the number of cases that were out there for our contact tracing work, as well as the disruption that COVID had on our ability to field other projects in the field. And then the blue area is a period in the middle of last year where we were returning to a large number of in-person projects with a more normal workload. What you can see is that the hours worked per interviewer during a typical week in the blue area was below the standard prior to the COVID epidemic. And one of the questions we're still asking ourselves is, does this reflect a lowered willingness for staff to work? Will we no longer get the 20 hours a week that is standard in this industry? Are we now going to have to plan at 15 hours a week and increase our staffing accordingly? Or are we going to recover those hours as people get used to being with others and as fears of COVID disappear and we're able to get more predictable work? At the very tail end, you can see there's some indication that we might be back on an upswing, getting back to more normal levels of work. But right now, we're still determining this, and this has impacts on the number of interviewers we have to staff. It has an impact then on the technology costs, training costs, management overhead, and everything else. And we're looking to see where this will go down the road. The second real thing where we're trying to figure out whether this is the new normal or not is just the public mood. As we came back into the field in late 2021 doing in-person work, and in particular last year, it was just nasty out there. People are rude. The number of guns, threats, lawyer complaints, doors slamming in the face, and just the lack of decorum that people have commented on in other parts of our culture, we were really feeling that in the field. That seems to be decreasing a little bit. It's still there, But the question is, are people getting used to being around each other? And will that help with our getting cooperation and interviewers' comfort doing the work in the field? Or are we going to have a long-term change in how we treat each other that has impacts for how we train staff when we do two people working together for safety versus one person, how we rely on phone, mail, and other things to really lead into being able to work in the field. But we're still trying to see how the public mood is going to impact us. Finally, here as something where we're trying to figure out the new normal is just, the racing pace of technological change, whether that's the AI stuff from the current thing, the distribution of Ring doorbells and video doorbells, or some of the other things that Adam had on his slides, or just the penetration of video-based phone calling and communications within our world. Every one of these means that we're always having to catch up with what we can do in terms of what's possible and what we can't do in terms of what no longer works because there are new technological barriers. And with all of this, the question is, are we at the edge of a fundamental transition that will require a reordering of everything that we're going to do? Or are some of these things just flashes in the pan that will fade away and will return to more normal behaviors before too long? Okay, go ahead to the next slide. One of those technological things that we've been racing is this shift to remote work. And it is amazing how quickly our management team at NORC has adapted to the possibilities of the rise of Zoom, Teams, and other video-enabled chat platforms for connecting with their staff. It's now common for our interviewers to use Teams to communicate directly with their supervisor from the field in real time as they're working to help problem solve, to show the manager what's going on, and just to be able to have some empathy for each other with a human connection rather than the interviewers feeling like they're isolated in the field. This remote work revolution has increased when we can reach people. So there are now new hours during the day where, at least in some areas, it's possible to reach people. And we also can't understate the benefit of, everybody now understands this weird world and this strange profession of doing remote work with people working out of their homes. It's now normal, where 5 years ago, the work that we do with field operations, with remote teams working together, was much less common. And so those are some opportunities that this has brought up with us. There are also challenges, Zoom fatigue, the fact that there are more times during the day when we can reach people means that we now have to try to reach people at more times during the day, which puts stress on our part-time workforce, as well as on our managers, who now have a greater slice of the day when they have to take care of their interviewers live in the field. And then this remote revolution also means that we're now competing for the same support resources to support our team, who are now supporting the central office staff and many more people. And so just getting things like laptops shipped and other technological support for the work we do is more difficult now because of this remote work with everybody there than it was before. So there are both opportunities and challenges with the remote revolution. Go ahead to the next slide. The next question we have, and this is a challenge and a question where we definitely don't have an answer. Even before the pandemic, there was a pivot to doing more and more remote training for field data collection operations, or CAPI operations, because it was a cost savings, a quite significant cost savings when you don't have to pay per diem and flights and hotels for people. But there is now a question that has come up in multiple conversations within my team at NORC over the last 6 months about what are the costs of doing remote training. One of the primary ones is part of our attrition problem, not just the workforce in general, the economy in general, but can it be linked to remote trainings making it easier conceptually for people to quit a job because they don't have a physical connection to us. They don't have to worry about us having a flight that we're going to have to eat the cost of or cancel a hotel room. And so does remote training itself increase attrition on projects and lead to problems? And then the other conversation we're having around remote training and just the mode of training that we have is what have we lost by going to remote training? A virtual conference like this, there are some real benefits, but it's a very different experience for me right now, knowing that there are about 50 of you out there who are staring at me. I can't see you or hear you. And that same dynamic goes into our training rooms where it becomes more one-dimensional or it becomes easier for people to get lost. And also it becomes harder to transfer the culture of a project or an organization. And so we're having an ongoing conversation about what's the relative value of remote training and in-person training. And if we can't go back to full in-person training, then what can we do to offset some of those negatives from the remote training experience? Go on to the next slide. And this is the last sort of challenge I wanted to bring up today, and it's just it's been more challenging in the last 18 months. So since we started going back to staffing for in-person work to find and retain staff than at any point in my 20-year career with NORC. The number of applicants we're getting is dropping, and you'll see some details about just how much it's dropped if you stick around for the next roundtable. The you know it, but it's not just the number that are dropping, but the number who are that perfect fit because of their experience in the industry or doing similar work, their location, or their overall availability. The quality, the number of quality applicants is dropping as well as the overall. We've had a phenomenon that didn't happen much before, where staff now continue their job search even after accepting an offer. And we've had a real uptick in attrition between when somebody says yes to us and when projects start, where in the past we used to have late breaking attrition because of background check issues, or people just got cold feet going to the training, or they would fail at training or in the first weeks in the field. We now have this new phenomenon of a lot of churn even before we start projects, which puts pressure on our staffing operations. And then finally, with the labor market being tight, it means we have to look more, but with more places to find people and more places for people to find out about the work we do, we now have more stones to look under just to ensure that we have that deep, diverse pool of candidates that we all want. And as my other panelists have mentioned, even though we have more work to do and the work is more challenging, there are not more funds to do the work. And finding a way to make the supply and demand for that part of our work match up is one of our ongoing challenges. Okay. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to questions and seeing what we can do to help all of us together work through our challenges.
Thank you, Kyle. And thank you to all three of our panelists for your comments and information. So at this time, this is where the audience participation is supposed to start. You're welcome to put questions in the chat. I believe if you use the raise hand button, I should be able to see you and call on you. We have anybody who's interested in contributing? All right, I see a hand raised. Herman. I think I've unmuted you.
I have a question. I know, all these issues is practically all over the federal agencies. Budget, resources. However, I would like to see if any of you have faced some challenges, for example, like political pressures, as we went, for example, during the pandemic, and everybody wanted to have some data. on the impact, on the effect of the pandemic right away, and how that played into the whole survey management.
Great question. Who'd like to address that first?
Karen, I can comment on that briefly.
Thank you, Carolyn.
Rather than using the word pressure, I think the idea might be more it was support, because efforts were made. Like a prime example is with Office of Management and Budget, and I'll use the Household Pulse Survey as an example. They worked with the Census Bureau and our reimbursable sponsors who contributed, as I said, to the survey to work through the process quickly to get the approvals in place to actually get the data into the field. It's not always about the development part of it. And yes, it was from this need to have data about the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, but not in the pressured kind of way. I wouldn't say it was from a political standpoint, but it's a great instance of when everybody is coming together and recognizing the need for the data. We can actually make things happen fairly quickly. And then we did hit a point where it was recognized, okay, we need to make sure everything is going out and getting the appropriate time for the comment period and whatnot. And again, OMB worked with us to get that process in place.
Would anybody else, Kyle or Adam, like to comment?
I would agree with what Carolyn said. I don't think that there's been necessarily pressure at any time. But just to give you a recent example, to the Biden administration, for example, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a topic that's received a lot of support. And so for us, it's been made clear that there are aspects around that topic that are encouraged for us to pursue. So whether that means adding sexual orientation and gender identity questions to the demographic section for the consumer expenditure survey, or making sure that in terms of the focus of our publications include some overlap with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those are avenues that we're going down a little bit more than if it hadn't been made clear to us that these are topics that are important to the administration.
Thank you. I see a couple things in the chat. So one question is, can each of you talk about the importance of internal communication? It sounds like you all really do worry about the same thing your rank and file staff worry about, but that isn't always clear to the staff. So why don't we start? Kyle, do you want to start with responding to that?
Sure. So NORCS, even before the pandemic, but really accelerating since both the COVID situation as well as the other occurrences from early 2020, which opened a lot of us about the importance of having frank conversations about what's going on in our society and how we interact with each other, and some of the structural challenges we have. So, with that, there was an accelerated push to what people have called One NORC. And the goal there is to make sure that communications about what's important to the organization and what's going on in the organization would go out broadly to all levels of our professional staff and long-term staff, but also including our telephone and field interviewers in those communications to help make sure that they felt belonging to the organization, they understood the challenges that we're all facing, and they had opportunities to help us solve some of those challenges. I don't know that it helped us with that core thing of keeping people from quitting, but I do think it did help us with people who didn't decide that they needed a full-time job with benefits or something else outside of our industry. It did really help us connect with and engage with the team across levels of the organization. And I think it helped us weather the storms over the last couple of years. Not without damage. We all took damage, but at least we were able to get to a safe harbor here in 2023.
Thanks, Kyle. Carolyn or Adam, do you want to add anything?
I would just like to add so one of the unique things about the reimbursable surveys area that I work in with the demographic directorate, while many of our subject matter experts are supporting a single survey, most of our participating divisions support multiple surveys. So yeah, communication is clear or is key. Some of the bigger things, some areas are closer to some of these challenges than others. Like the example I gave before about the challenges that just one continuing resolution after another can pose. Planning is as key as communication, and then communicating those plans. Because quite frankly, we've gotten into the habit of the last several years, we have to have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, depending on what's going to present itself. My personal perspective is you need to strike the balance at the staff level with making people feel comfortable with the notion that it's not haphazard. We know we don't have control of everything, but this is how we're going to anticipate our moves without overburdening them with too much of the detail. It's also the communication really between us and our reimbursable sponsors is absolutely key, because as Adam pointed out, they have these moving parts on their side where they're providing us the funding in advance to conduct their surveys. And then they will have changes on their side that we have to be prepared to adapt to. So it really comes down to key work and also or being teamwork, and also keeping informed about what the commitments are for your multi-survey divisions, so that you can also take that into consideration in managing expectations about where these changes need to or can be implemented.
Thank you. Adam, did you want to add anything, or should I go on to the next item?
No, I thought those were two great responses. I don't have anything to add.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure everybody gets their chance here. So we have another kind of comment here in the chat from Kenny Harrell. Great and interesting presentations. Not so much a question, but a comment for Kyle. You really opened my eyes to the idea of the cost savings of training being offset by higher attrition. One factor I would add, I don't think you mentioned, is the trainings may be less engaging, or the trainees may have more distractions at home to keep them from focusing on the training. So they may feel less connection to their fellow trainees and the trainers. Really great comment there. There's been, over the years, there's been a lot of discussion around the benefits of remote and then the downsides of being remote, not just in the context of training, of course, but in the context of many, many areas. And cost savings are really interesting, because if you only look at a component of your whole, say, training plan and what happens at the end of the training, then you may miss costs at different points in the cycle. On the other hand, the idea of flying hundreds of people around places, COVID, of course, being an issue, but other things, like people may not be as willing to just get up and go somewhere else and be gone for 3 to 5 days for training or whatever it takes. So really great comment there, Penny. We thank you for weighing in. Do we have other comments or questions? Let's see, I don't see hands raised. I'm looking again at the participants. So I have a question. It's kind of a broad question. I'll leave it to each of you how you'd like to answer it. But, in this kind of a session, we are talking about challenges that are due to many things. And one of them is always about challenges related to changes in technology or changes in availability of talent. one of the questions I always like to hear people comment on is when you're having environmental and technology changes. We did talk a little bit about communications, but in the broader sense, what kind of change management techniques do you use that you found to be the most effective? We always latch on to communications, but I wonder if there's other things that you've done to deal with that changing landscape that you feel have made a big difference. Who'd like to go first?
I didn't answer the last question, so maybe I'll jump in first here.
Great, thanks.
I'll just say, I mean, following up on, well, I'm getting confused between, there's Kenny Harrell and Kyle Fennell, very similar. So Kenny's comment, I thought, was an excellent comment in terms of the trade-offs between the operational ease, the logistical advantages of remote training versus the impact that it has on rapport and developing those relationships that so often come part and parcel with in-person meetings. And even when you're talking about, some people say, well, by having remote meetings, you miss out on the meeting after the meeting, where you kind of sit around and chit chat after the meeting officially ends. The same is true for when sponsoring agency staff attend or observe meetings or attend annual meetings alongside census staff, where when it's in person, you have this opportunity to talk with the people that you work with on a regular basis in a different forum and develop the kind of relationship that's very positive and that overall aids operations over the long term. The same is true in terms of everyday communication. And so, we have Teams chat, we have email, we have all kinds of electronic digital methods of communication. But what I try to emphasize with my managers and with other folks that I work with is when in doubt, or even when not in doubt, pick up the phone, but whatever that means. So if you can do a Teams chat with somebody and have the video on, so that there's actually a face and a person in the square and not blacked out with a name. I think that's really essential to ensuring that you have effective communication where, you can see the other person, they can see you, they can see facial expressions, they can see, all that nonverbal communication that's so important to establishing rapport and trust. And so I think, as a foundational aspect, putting an emphasis on visual communication, I think, is really key in this remote environment.
Thank you. Really good points there. Kyle and Carolyn, any comments you'd like to make about dealing with communications or with change management around, I know you both mentioned technology changes.
So in speaking more towards the technology changes that impact I'm going to say our headquarters staff, because our interviewing staff, it's kind of a different situation. One of the things that I've found over the years, regardless of what suite of surveys I was managing, or regardless of the divisions that I'm working with, there's usually one or two people who love to be on the cutting edge of technology. They love to try new things and check it out. So one of the things I found effective is to give folks the opportunity when we start having those rumblings about switching from one software package to another, and whatnot, give them the opportunity to be the champion, try it out, because the rest of our team tends to trust them. They also feel empowered because they start to learn the quirks of something that's there and then are able to disseminate that information. So that kind of comes more the informal, like what Adam was talking about with using, Teams and that type of communication. I will say that we at Census, we had a bit of an edge going into this because our communications often have been remote with our regional offices, with our sponsors and things like that. We actually got these wonderful tools, such as the video. There were folks that you worked with for years and you never had a face with. But we also, in an attempt to move the Bureau forward, we are looking at different statistical software packages. Our demographic surveys division is putting cohorts together of from different teams to get training on these new software packages internally and not just turn to bringing people from the outside. So that's kind of, I think some of it comes down to getting people exposed, to them maybe before, if possible, signing on the dotted line for what you're doing to see if it really works for people on a day-to-day basis, and turning to those champions who will help make people feel more comfortable when these changes. From a management perspective, I try to just be straightforward. If it's this is way too expensive, we need to start moving in this direction, and then being open, because sometimes people will come with you with suggestions that the IT folks never even thought of.
Good points. Kyle, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll have a couple of things about sort of change management or failure to manage change, or challenges there. So there are really two things that have come together, in the last couple of years that have made change management very difficult for us. First is, it's the things we've been talking about, the remote work revolution and COVID. It's everything is those two things in my world these days. But for COVID, it means that we've always had to be prepared to pivot quickly when things change. So it has put us into a very aggressive problem solving and adaptation mentality rather than managing change to limit change so that you have stability in what's going on. And once you start thinking that, your mindset is let's solve problems, getting back to managing change as a process is a challenge. That's been exacerbated with the remote work, and especially remote training, because when you don't have a hotel reservation with people getting on a plane, all of a sudden deadlines get fungible. So, if you're not going to be printing a manual and then having to ship it to a hotel, then you can get that manual updated until the moment you have to publish it at the beginning of a training. If you're not going to have to train trainers remotely on how to lead a room and all of that, you can have your training materials there. And so this remote work with our and remote trainings in particular has allowed deadlines to be fungible at the beginning of projects. And you combine that with we always have to solve problems. It's made managing change over the last couple of years quite challenging, even before you talk about attrition and the effect that that's had on data collection operations. We're emerging with really trying to push back at NORC by looking at extending our PMO, which has historically within NORC been connected to our IT departments, and looking at bringing a sort of a corporate-wide PMO so that we can bring project management outside of the IT realms and really build it into everything that we do, or at the very least, really extend the importance of having team charters at the beginning of team initiation, having deliverables for all of the teams that we work on to help us get back to some of the discipline and sort of manage, get back to managing change rather than change managing us.
Really interesting points. Thank you. Thanks to all three of you for that. I have another question in the chat here. Are organizations doing any overhiring with the expectation of interviewer attrition, more particularly thinking about the interviewers who don't make it to the training or quit right after the training occurs? Interesting question here.
I can start with that and then let my colleagues talk about that. So the answer is yes, but it's challenging. And the thing that I talk to internally, especially as we have new people join NORC, is the challenge when we have projects where in many of our clusters it's one person to work that part of a city or an entire metropolitan area, and you can't predict in advance which person's going to quit, but there's not enough work or enough money to staff and train two people. And so we have that fundamental challenge of knowing that we need to overstaff, but not knowing where and not being able to afford it everywhere. And so what we've been doing is we've been starting to build into our staffing models the attrition in advance, overstaffing the major metropolitan areas where we have, and then not stopping our search for candidates until it's too late for us to bring people onto projects. And that's often, the mid period and the midpoint of a data collection effort when it's just no longer possible to bring attrition cohorts on. And so, rather than overstaffing, we're always staffing, and and just being nimble to replace people as they quit, since we can't predict it too much in advance.
Great. Adam or Carolyn?
I can comment on that from my perspective. The simple answer is yes, but the degree to which we overhire varies survey to survey. One of my surveys, SIP, Survey of Income and Program Participation, the current data collection design has us in the field 4 months out of the year, February 1 through the end of May. And we historically have had a very large hiring campaign in advance of that data collection. Over the last few years, the modeling that had been used by regional offices to predict how many offers they needed to make in order to get somebody that actually made it to data collection has shifted. For all the reasons Kyle brought up in his presentation about folks accepting a position and then continuing to look for other jobs. Sometimes it's as simple as folks simply do not understand what the job entails until they actually show up or they get overwhelmed by the training. I will say for this year, this is the most successful we've been in the last several years with reaching our hiring goals for that specific survey. For the continuous surveys, it's absolutely more challenging because you can't predict when somebody leaves, exactly what Kyle says. So the approach that we've been trying to take is having a continuously open hiring opportunity, so we have a backlog of applications that the regional offices can dip into when they have these vacancies. But we are actually trying to make up for a very large hole that's been there prior to the pandemic. The other challenge that we're finding is where aside from the aging population of interviewers and having more vacancies because of that, a lot of times folks are looking at this as a part-time job that they can do for, a few hours in the evening or weekend. And while these jobs are billed as being flexible, as we know, they're not perfectly flexible because you have to be able to try your cases at different times. So trying to resolve that and how you can piece together the situation where you may not have the funding to have 2 people, but to cover all the hours, you kind of need 2 people.
Thank you.
Let me jump on that flexible but not perfectly flexible in the hours. One of the challenges we have is, it's both what people are able to work, who's in the workforce, what those hours are, but it is also working with our internal and sometimes our external clients in terms of their expectations for what people will want. There is the old model of field interviewers from 20 years ago as people who were re-entering the workforce looking for first gainful employment after taking time away for something else or having a career change. And this was the thing that they were doing, rather than this being maybe the second, third, or fourth job with some of the limitations that has. And one of the, it's the conversations, it's the old "don't let the good be the enemy of the perfect, or the perfect be the enemy of the good." I guess, yeah. And to really identify when we're looking for people, when somebody is a good enough match to be better than having a hole versus being a partial fit to what we want that creates additional management and other costs that drag projects down, and having those conversations and being prepared to have the line between those two shift based on the nature of the work and the alternatives that are out there for others, or the lack of others for a specific place.
And if I may make one last comment, one of the areas where we saw tremendous success with the hiring for SIP this year was moving right up front in the recruiting process, the description of what the job entails, and exactly managing expectations of the potential, the person we're potentially hiring. Because what we found by making sure they really understood, we are asking you to knock on doors, because it was shocking the number of people who would get even through training and then be surprised that they needed to knock on a door and interview somebody in person. Getting that clear up front. And while we did lose people, we lost them early on versus after we've made that investment in time and training.
Really interesting point. So one of the things that occurs to me, I've been listening the discussion around interviewing in person and how there was a shift during COVID to doing different work or doing it differently. So, and then Kyle, you made the comment about guns and lawyers when people go to doorways, which I hadn't really thought about. So is that pushing approach, maybe design changes so that there's less demand on face-to-face? And how are you all accommodating that? I saw Carolyn nod, so.
Karen, for us, a lot of that is going back to multi-mode design. I mean, Adam brought up the change in the CE diary where there's an online option for people to fill out. We are looking to redesign SIP, not next year, takes many years to redesign a survey, but to potentially introduce a self-response component to it. So sometimes it's allowing for another mode that somebody can respond in, or reducing that amount of time that you need to be in somebody's home, the less demand that you have, or structuring your questions in such a way that it's more follow-up that you're doing and less straight up interviewing. But yeah, honestly, aside from, and using administrative records to reduce your survey questions, absolutely. And then I think coordination across surveys. I've managed many surveys in my career and have seen overlap in some of the questions that are asked. And while every survey has some unique twist on what they're asking, seeing in the spirit of trying to reduce respondent burden and the need to have interviewer administered questions, try to find ways for opportunities for gaining consensus on what we're really needing to collect, so that perhaps we can do that once and maybe not, and make it clear and straightforward enough that somebody can do it without an interviewer to administer it. Sometimes, in my opinion, there's some questions a respondent needs to be guided on. They're going to have, the majority are going to need some input, but a lot of the things we're doing, we can maybe modularize and pull out to self-response.
Really interesting thoughts there. Adam, Kyle, other comments?
Yeah, well, I would just add that, you know, I think this puts, for example, the CE at a real crossroads, because in order to move forward with changes to the interview survey, not the diary survey, but the interview survey, it requires either structural changes within the existing survey or wholesale changes at a conceptual level in terms of how we collect the data and who we collect the data from. And by that, I mean, we have well, the average length of the interview survey is about 66 minutes, but for a good interview with someone really engaged in a respondent reporting all of the information that's asked, the interview can last well over 2 hours. And so the notion of putting a 2-hour interview into an online self-administered format is extremely daunting, and one that we really don't think is feasible. And so we could break up the interview in a split questionnaire or multiple matrix sampling format, and have self-administered online surveys that ask a subset of questions of respondents at a manageable length. Or we can start looking at alternative formats, alternative data, other strategies for collecting this information, maybe through a hybrid approach of respondents plus administrative sources. But, you know, the real key to CE data in terms of what CE data offer over other sources of spending data is that we have the socio-demographic characteristics at the household level associated with those spending patterns. And in order to do that, we need to talk to respondents. And so that really imposes a boundary on what we're able to do in terms of changing the survey.
Point. So we have about 4 minutes. We have one more question in the chat, which I suspect will take us to the closing time. So the question is, can you talk more about balancing competing demands, multiple modernization projects and production work, but not necessarily having more money or staff? Anybody want to tackle that one?
The comment I'll make is that is often what contributes to the slowness of modernizing. Because if you're in a situation where the funding, there is absolutely no additional funding available to move in a direction, and you're working with fixed staff, something needs to be cut back on. And usually you cannot completely eliminate everything that you were doing before, so you need to find opportunities to fit those things in and move forward, but it's going to take a lot longer. In the ideal world, there is some source of transitional funding to move into these new modern technologies, techniques, whatever the case might be. And then the key to that would be using it towards temporary staff who can focus solely on that. It's very unique to every survey and to every effort that is going on. So I don't think it's a one size fits all, but it comes down to something has to give. If you need to do it within your current budget, then you have to reallocate the tasks in some way. Sometimes it comes back to sample reductions, quite frankly, but it's working in concert for reimbursable surveys. Unfortunately, we often have to go to them to make the decisions as to how they want to implement an effort. In other ways, it's looking for efficiencies that maybe weren't, not that they weren't apparent, but the trade-off with making some sort of reduction is worth what it's going to buy you at the end.
Adam, we've got a couple minutes. You each have time for about a 1 minute comment.
Yeah, you know, I think this is a great question, and it's one of those questions that sort of implicitly embeds the answer in itself, in the sense that if you don't have more money, you can't do more things that cost more money. It's just the basic economics. And so what happens with us, much like what Carolyn said, is that we either reduce the scope of current operations or we scale back on other projects. What we've done with our survey redesign and our modernization efforts for our processing system is we've submitted a number of budget initiatives, and we've scaled back on some activities. But ultimately, the effect has been that a modernization effort that should have taken a couple of years has taken a decade or more. And that's just the reality that we need to deal with. I would throw out an example from our neighbors up north. The Canadian Survey of Household Spending actually suspended production interviewing for a year or more in order to implement their redesign efforts for aspects of their survey collection. And that, you know, that's something that's really eye-opening, because we don't see that as a viable option for us. We're a continuously operating survey, and we need to provide data. on an ongoing basis. But I think it underscores the difficulties in bringing about change without necessarily more money. And I would just amend that question in the chat to say, not necessarily more money and sometimes less money, because when you talk about real spending and when you talk about the funds that have been appropriated for agencies on a year-over-year basis, often they don't keep pace with inflation or other rising costs associated with the operation of the survey. And so the net effect is that in real terms, you actually have less funding than you did the year before. And that's a challenge that's particularly acute for us and one that we really struggle with.
Thank you, Adam. So with that, we are at 10:30. And to be respectful for FedCASIC's schedule, I would like to thank the audience for attending and especially thank our three panelists. You all have been wonderful. You brought a lot of great information here. I'm sure everyone has really enjoyed hearing from you. And thank you, everybody. And now we will adjourn.
Thanks all.
Okay, good morning. I hope we're live. I think we are. Welcome to the FedCASIC Roundtable on some of the field labor challenges in our facing our in-person studies. The first thing I'd like to say is please do not adjust your computer. This session was originally scheduled to be moderated by Brad Edwards at Westat, but Brad could not be with us today. So I am Rick Dulaney. I'm a vice president for IT in Westat's large surveys practice. And along with Brad, I'm Westat's project director for the Medical Expenditures Panel Survey, which is one of our largest in-person healthcare surveys. And I'll serve as the moderator today. I'm required to read this note. At this time, all attendees are in a listen-only mode. The session is being recorded and will be publicly posted. If you have any objections, you should disconnect at this time. But hopefully everybody's okay with that and you'll stay on. Because this in some ways is a continuation of the roundtable we just, that many of you probably just came from. We have assembled a really qualified group of senior folks who have responsibility for recruiting and training and managing large numbers of field staff for our CAPI studies. And as you can see, the group represents a cross-section of our industry, and just by itself, this reflects the widespread nature of these challenges and the broad effect on our in-person data collection. And while the pandemic, which we'll talk about a lot probably, sharpened these challenges of recruiting and retaining quality field data collectors, you'll hear that these issues have been building for a while. So let me introduce the panel, and that means forwarding the slide. There we go. We've arranged the order to follow what might be considered a typical arc of engagement, perhaps, with field data collectors. So here they are. Dr. Jill Carley is a principal research associate at Westat. Partnering with Westat colleagues, she's identified and measured retention and recruitment issues in Westat's field labor force, including drafting a white paper on field labor issues and developing recommendations for project staff. Kyle Fennell is Director of Field Operations for NORC. Kyle has been with NORC, and I think we say NORC now. That's right? Yeah, okay. Kyle has been with NORC since late 2002 and has helped lead NORC's field operations team for the last 15 years. He currently leads the department's staffing team and is focused on finding better ways to attract interviewers, making informed hiring decisions, and design efficient onboarding workflow so that we can bring more predictable outcomes for project staffing as we move further from the disruption of the COVID years. His second primary responsibility is leading the department's efforts to capture paradata about interviewer performance and transform this information into reports and dashboards used by project management teams. Kyle says he's more excited than he should be about an ongoing transition to R for data manipulation and report preparation, and uses the team is finding for the data created by the GPS-enabled time reporting software used by NORC's interviewing team. And then Sean Coleman is a data collection specialist at RTI with over 20 years experience managing field projects. He's currently one of the regional directors for one of the nation's largest household studies. Sean is also a manager in RTI's data collection management team, which oversees all of RTI's data collection efforts. Grant Benson is the Director of Data Collection Operations at the University of Michigan Survey Research Center. He oversees and coordinates the activities of approximately 450 decentralized field interviewers, conducting mostly in-person interviewing, and 100 centralized telephone interviewers. Grant has almost 25 years' experience working at the Survey Research Center in a variety of capacities. He loves almost everything about survey data collection, but especially enjoys trying to find ways to leverage data to improve processes. And finally, Jamie Christie is the Assistant Director for Field Operations and the Acting Chief Financial Officer for the U.S. Census Bureau. Mr. Christie is a 35-year veteran of the Census Bureau and has worked for the census in lots of places. He currently works out of Burbank, California. So the way this will work is each of our presenters in order will go through their slides. I'll advance them so that we don't spend too much time bouncing around between presenters. And we'll be somewhere in the 10-minute or so per presenter area. That should leave us a good chunk of time, maybe 25 minutes or so, for discussion and roundtable conversation at the end of that. So without further ado, let's see, Jill, you can go ahead and unmute, and I think that's your first screen, and just let me know when to advance it.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. So as Rick noted, today I and my colleagues from NORC, RTI, University of Michigan, and the U.S. Census Bureau will be talking about a challenge that we all face in collecting survey data, maintaining a high-quality workforce for collecting data in person. Face-to-face CAPI interviewing is widely considered the gold standard of data collection for household-based survey research. Through interpersonal reactions, field data collectors, or FDCs, obtain data that maximizes data quality and measurement reliability when compared with self-administered online or mail surveys. But labor market changes and growing costs, as I'm sure many of you are aware, have increasingly made this form of data collection too costly for all but the largest, most well-funded organizations. Recruitment and retention of field data collectors has become increasingly challenging, driven by changes in workforce demographics and worker expectations, coupled with technological advances that have changed where and how people do work. So these concerns have grown exponentially during the pandemic, where the training and data collection environment has really struggled to maintain consistency and predictability. A lot of the things mentioned in the last panel, if you attended, and where job flexibility is more commonplace. So while it may vary across organizations and across projects, at Westat, we've seen new interviewer attrition rates. So those are folks who've never worked for Westat before, that are 2 to 3 times higher than they were just a few years ago. And as we've moved data collection back to in-person from telephone, video, and web surveying during the pandemic, we've seen reluctance from experienced field interviewers to go back to work in the field. So not just those newer folks coming in, but even those sort of more experienced folks that are just maybe less willing to go back and knock on doors. So as many companies have sort of dealt with these return to office issues, this is not just in our sort of industry, but field data collectors have really enjoyed the flexibility of virtual work and have been more reticent to take on those in-person tasks with the same motivation that they did pre-pandemic. They're happy to continue calling folks and doing follow-up tasks, but ask them to go knock on someone's door and it's a real struggle. Next slide. So as part of this challenge, Westat has worked internally to understand some of the contributing factors. To understand how to better position our recruitment and retention efforts, was really critical for us to understand how the labor market has changed and may continue to change. And obviously we're with the caveat that we do not have a crystal ball and we are not labor economists, so take that for what you will. So one of the primary market challenges is that the field data collector position is just different from a lot of part-time roles. The FTC role combines attributes of gig work with the responsibilities of a professional vocation, requiring a sort of unique niche in the labor market. The position requires strong public-facing skills to gain cooperation with potential respondents, strong technical skills to collect data and track efforts across different apps and hardware, confidence and high levels of motivation, right, to go knock on those doors, the ability to work nights and weekends, and it's part-time and limited term. Additionally, household-based survey projects typically have firm data collection dates that are set months or years in advance, right? We know for a lot of sort of longitudinal projects, we know exactly what the period of administration is going to be 3 years from now, right? And so a lot of times, those sort of hiring timelines and to sort of accommodate those timelines for fieldwork, FDCs are often hired weeks or months in advance of when they actually work. But part-time workers are often looking for jobs that begin within days or a small number of weeks rather than months of applying to a new position. So in 2021, the average time to hire, so that is the time from when someone submits an application to when they start working in industries with high proportions of part-time workers, that average time to hire was just over a month, about 36 days. Again, while it varies from project to project, time to hire for Wesstat's field data collector positions is often 3 to 4 times higher than that. So for many people, that's just not worth it. So the position itself is a unique one. And I think some of the things that some folks will talk about a little bit later and talked about in the prior panel, you end up with this sort of issue of people continuing to look for work after they've been hired. So create some other sort of challenges down the line as well. So as labor skills change and evolve, there's also this, in addition to sort of it being a unique position, there's often a misalignment of skills for the positions that are available. So few jobs require similar in-home recruitment efforts that rely on initial in-person contact. This makes it more difficult to pull these skills from elsewhere in the labor pool, and ultimately more difficult to find people to fill this role. The days of Tupperware parties, Tupperware has been in the news, but in the news recently for sort of dwindling sales. But the days of Tupperware parties and these sort of Avon visits and Amway sales are gone, right? Fewer applicants have those special skills that we require. Particularly those skills of sort of going door to door and being willing to knock on doors. One of the foremost challenges that's escalated by the pandemic is this sort of national shift in job satisfaction and interest as well, right? So you have the uniqueness of the field data collector position, misalignment of those skills, and the shift in job satisfaction and interest. So you've likely seen news coverage of the Great Resignation or about increasing turnover. Unemployed workers are increasingly unwilling to return to their prior jobs for the same pay and the same hours. So to retool, many retailers and folks that have part-time positions or that are hiring for part-time positions are converting temporary positions to permanent ones. They're reducing the length of the hiring process in order to recruit more effectively. And they're really increasing the level of competition for those part-time workers, right? So for those with less nimble hiring processes, it can lead to more challenging recruitment cycles and has created generally greater competition for part-time labor. Next slide. So as companies retool to address those recruitment issues, they're doing so in an increasingly technical landscape. Prior to the pandemic, the rise of the gig economy began to change how people did part-time work and what flexibility means, right? The widespread move to remote work for many positions during the pandemic really drove home this point that while the field data collector position has job flexibility, long a key factor in recruitment for that role, more employers are offering this. So that trait has just declined in value, right? More people, you can find flexibility in a lot of other positions. And as previously noted, can be a more challenging role. So often it's sort of lose out to those other part-time jobs. So as the professional landscape becomes increasingly remote and flexible, the field data collector position has become increasingly technical. Again, it varies widely by project, but on virtually all projects, field data collectors are required to track their work in a survey management system, collect surveys using CAPI, and operate apps on their project smartphone. On some projects, field data collectors are required to do more technical tasks like collect biospecimens, take physical health measures using specialized equipment, or record data across multiple apps or devices. This requires a level of comfort with technology and the ability and confidence to troubleshoot in a respondent's living room that's difficult to identify in a job interview. And it's difficult to convey the need for that balance in a potential candidate, so to sort of seek that out through the interview process. Additionally, as their role has become increasingly technical, it's been difficult to find folks with the soft skills to gain cooperation who are interested in taking on the technical pieces of that role, right? It's become increasingly challenging as the US working age population growth has slowed over the last decade, and the working age population has become increasingly older. At WestStat in particular, the proportion of field data collectors aged 55 and older has increased roughly 18 percentage points over the last 10 years. So we have some folks who take on the position, but then get easily overwhelmed by all of the technical aspects. So now that we have a better idea about the field data collector role's sort of place in the marketplace and in the labor market, and some of the challenges that contribute to those recruitment and retention issues, I'll turn it over to my colleague, I think Kyle Fennell is next from NORC, to share more about recruitment specifically.
Okay, and so I'm going to focus on finding the new data collectors or interviewers and retaining them, or what we can and can't do to retain them from the moment they say yes until they've started working. So go ahead to the next slide. Just a quick preview of what I'll be talking about. Before I get into it, just some orientation for you. NORC's been around for 80 years. We do a variety of projects for government as well as private private clients. And within NORC, we have a large phone operation that also handles our web surveys and mail surveys, and a field operation which does our door-to-door surveys, as well as surveys that have some mixed mode work where staff need to do a mixture of calls as well as in-person visits. I'm embedded within our field operations, so I'm talking about the challenges of this remote group, the challenges for phone interviewers and the technical staff to make successful web surveys. That's a completely separate challenge, and other people could update that maybe at a panel down the road. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the changing nature of the work. So this slide shows where we were at the beginning, or in roughly 3 years ago, right before the pandemic happened, with the purple line representing NORC's COVID-focused work for our field interviewers, and the gold line representing our traditional mix of in-person and phone work for our field interviewers. Not surprisingly, we were at 100% traditional work before COVID happened. That's hard to do COVID work when it hasn't happened yet. But once that happened, we pivoted quite quickly and quite strongly to having a primary focus on COVID-related work, where we had a remote phone operation set up and our normal data collection operations decreased. In the middle of the pandemic, we started going back into the field and had a mix of work, and depending on where the variants were in any given time, our traditional work, our COVID work took over. But really, over the last year or so, we've returned very quickly to the normal world. And it's this time of returning to the normal data collection operations where we need a person willing to work in the field for a set number of cases at a specific location. That's the focus of our current staffing challenges. So let's go ahead to the next slide. One of the challenges we have with the work we do is just keeping the timeline in mind. And Jill mentioned a little bit about the length of time it takes to find staff For us at NORC, it's roughly a 12-week period from the start of our recruiting effort until interviewers are trained. Sometimes it's longer, sometimes it's shorter. During the pandemic, we were able to get down to a couple of weeks from somebody applying until they're working, but that was because we had the flexibility of adding them to our distributed workforce. With this model of having 12 weeks to get the staffing done, it does mean that a good number of our staff accept a position 2 to 3 months before they have any measurable income from that work. And with our need to fill every slot across the country on national projects, we need that time to be able to generate leads, find staff, and fill all of our holes, and have reduced risk for attrition or gaps for our projects. And one of the things that we're currently looking for are ways to reduce the actual time between the offer and getting started. And I'll talk towards the end of this about some of the ideas that we're doing to get there. But one of our primary challenges is the work we have just has that lead time. Go ahead to the next one. A second challenge that we've been facing recently is the reduction in the number of applications. So if we use where we were at the beginning of 2020 as our baseline, as we went through the pandemic, for the 2021, we saw an increasing decline in the number of applicants per posting that we had out there that really accelerated until about this time last year, when we're in the middle of a very large effort to staff multiple projects across the country for getting people out into the field, with that effort happening right at the tail end of the Omicron surge, when everybody else was opening up and everybody was clamoring for the staff. So we saw a very sharp decline in the number of applications per posting. And this is both because there were just fewer applicants, but also because since there were fewer applicants, everything we had to do to get people to apply was harder. So rather than having one posting that had 5 people, we had to post in 2 or 3 different locations to get that one person who is a good fit within any given market to see us and apply. There is a bit of good news here, and this is something that we were feeling a bit towards the end of last year. Things had started to recover a bit as we went through our core or our end of 2022 postings. Right now, we're just getting started for our 2023 staffing, and it's still up in the air whether we'll be seeing a continued decline or whether with shifts in the economy, with more time after the pandemic, and with other efforts, we're able to get a better yield per posting. But just finding candidates has been a challenge for that. Go to the next slide. In addition to having the decline in the number of candidates we have, we've also seen changes in our work where before COVID happened, back in the old times, before 2019, we might have 15 to 20% of the people who accepted an offer from us off a project by the time we were in our second month in the field. The attrition is always a problem because it doesn't matter if you only have 3 people missing. If they're missing in a place where you have no replacements for them, the only way to replace that labor is with expensive travel or things that are suboptimal for projects, whether it's a longitudinal study or a cross-sectional one. But in the old times, we had manageable levels of attrition. And once we got past that second month in the field, we had very reasonable declines in staffing, driven largely by a reduction of available work rather than by people leaving us. In our new normal, we're expecting to lose at least 40% of our staff by that second month in the field. And what we've really found is that our attrition now is happening in the months between or the weeks between when somebody accepts an offer and when a training happens, which is a spot where we used to have some stability in our staffing as we were going through the onboarding process and getting things ready. Part of this is because people are finding full-time jobs or they have other opportunities. Part of it is because people are just job hopping, trying to see who's paying the best rate. Part of this, we think, could be because in our new world, the commitment an applicant has to make to us is much lower than it used to be when they would have to commit to us buying a plane ticket for them and attending an in-person training and really having us expend resources to bring them in. If there's a remote training, our investment in that person prior to the training is less. And there's some people on our internal team who think that this makes it easier for your people to job hop without feeling like they're breaking trust with us as a potential employer. This with the attrition, I'm really interested with what this slide would look like a year from today, given where we are within the waning days of the official health emergency for COVID, but also with some of the things that are going on in the larger labor markets to see whether the real level of attrition we've seen is a function of the tight labor market, or whether it's an indication that there's just a fundamental reorganizing of what people are looking for from an employer. And as Jill said, what they're really looking for from an employer offering temporary term work. Okay, go ahead to the next slide. And so with this, we in a prior panel last year, I talked about plans A, B, and C. For right now, we're just going straight to Plan Z. We've tried just about everything you can think. So we've had bonuses. That's both a sign-on bonus and retention bonus. We've had pay increases. We've set up personal concierges. So every new hire has a person who calls them as soon after they've accepted the offer as possible to say, thanks for joining NORC. To walk them through the onboarding process, to mail them a guide, and to really be there to help that person get through all of the paperwork so that they don't get frustrated. We've tried that. We've gone to ongoing attrition classes. I think one of our major national projects last year had something like 8 attrition cohorts by the time we were done. So we did everything we could to keep labor strong, replace people who were dropping off, and just keep the pipeline going. Some of those helped. Some of those had a surprising low impact or beneficial impact for our project. And so now we're looking at a Plan Z, which is right now getting developed and will be getting implemented over the summer, and hopefully next year at FedCASIC, hopefully in person. We'll be able to talk a little bit about whether this Plan Z helped, but it really has 3 core principles. The first is that we do need to build our candidate pool as early as possible. So rather than trying to start 12 weeks before a project, looking at moving that process of building the pool as early as possible, knowing that there will be a lot of churn and knowing that people might not be able to wait for us, but really looking to get a stable group of people who have expressed some interest so we can reach out to them when we have an opportunity, rather than waiting to try to get our postings up and that engagement happening when we can offer immediate work for people. Once we've built that pool, we want to continue to build connections between them and us by having ongoing communications, webinars, and other activities to make their interest in us as an employer an ongoing engagement activity rather than something that's a passive hitting a button and submitting an application. We found that being able, in this world, there's a lot of ways where it's easy for people to apply without having any real investment in what they're doing. And we want to get beyond just being another application they see in Indeed or on the web, and really getting to the point where they are actively thinking about us as part of their future, even when we don't have immediate work for them. And then finally, going back to our life cycle for overall recruitment, we are really looking to do whatever we can to reduce the time between when they say yes to us and when they get the first paycheck from us. The thinking we have right now is that by allowing them to start getting money from us, even if it's nominal amounts for limited training, it starts building that sense of obligation that we are a real employer, so that it replaces some of the connection and some of the feeling that we've invested in the employee that we used to have with in-person trainings, by giving a steady stream of at least a small paycheck coming and some ongoing employment opportunities, even if those are months ahead of when we actually do our formal data collection training. Thank you, and I think I'll hand it off to the next person in the cycle.
Who is Sean?
Thank you. So today I'm going to kind of build upon what we've already talked about, the impact of COVID and a lot of projects moving to virtual training. To look at both what the benefits have been for projects as well as what the pros and cons have been for interviewers. We discovered a new attrition concern as well as some post-training activities that we've done to kind of help strengthen virtual training. Next slide, please. So an impact of COVID was a change in how staff were trained. Projects that were not training virtually had to pivot to virtual training. For RTI field projects, we had fewer than 5% of our projects training virtually. There were only a few projects that continued working during the pandemic as we worked on protocols focusing on interviewer and responder protection. All project trainings during that time were virtual at the peak of the pandemic. However, currently after the pandemic, we are still training about 50 to 60% of our interviewers virtually. Changing to virtual training led to lower costs for project management. Projects were also able to benefit from flexibility in the training schedule, but it also gave us a chance to evaluate different factors for interviewers that impacted recruiting, retention, and attrition. Next slide, please. Reasons for moving to virtual training before the pandemic were focused on the benefits of lower costs versus in-person training. This lower cost for projects due to no longer having hotel costs and per diem expenses. There are also lower costs related to travel. This includes both the costs and items such as airfare or mileage, as well as the empty hours and time where staff were charging time for traveling but not being trained. During the pandemic, moving to virtual allowed projects the ability to continue training interviewers and provide safety. Interviewers were not in contact with each other or trainers, which prevented the virus from spreading. It also ensured staff would work in areas that had lower levels of COVID spread. Another benefit is the ability to schedule more trainings. Without travel logistics, projects could quickly schedule, plan, and administer trainings. This became important as more staff left projects involving CAPI out of concern with contacting the public. Although some of the cost-related reasons for virtual training are clear, there are benefits and disadvantages when viewed from an interviewer perspective. Next slide, please. So for the interviewers, the change increased safety during the pandemic. Staff that regularly worked on field studies or familiar with interviewing work that might have delayed or sat out of an in-person training were able to participate in a virtual environment. Outside of safety, there were other benefits. Virtual training allows a chance for increased diversity in interviewing. For example, potential interviewers with children are able to participate in larger numbers. Being able to train at home defers concerns with finding childcare while traveling away. As interviewers are sometimes older, this is also a benefit for interviewers that provided care for older family members. Another potential benefit is that interviewers that had other part-time positions with limited leave time can continue to work outside of the training times. So this increased opportunity for people who may not be able to take extended time away from their other positions. Next slide, please. So there were some concerns from a project point of view that were identified quickly. Trainers sometimes did not quickly identify staff that were having concerns or had to pause training due to someone that had fallen behind on a screen in the CAPI. There were Zoom-related concerns such as not knowing how to mute themselves or unmute when needed. There were also Zoom fatigue from the constant screen time. Finally, we had to remind trainees of Zoom training etiquette. Trainees would often attend but leave their cameras off for the length of the training, train from their cars, and a few instances of training while laying in bed wearing pajamas. As a response, we realized the need to have an orientation prior to training for staff to learn and use basic technical skills, as well as address trainees should find a table or a desk as opposed to training from their bed. From an interviewer perspective, there were concerns we had not considered. the interpersonal aspect of connecting with their trainers. The chance to get to know a trainer and ask questions in the hallways sometimes led to frustration or a lack of interest in the project. Trainers also did not always recognize times when immediate feedback was needed to keep someone on track. Trainees also had to deal with difficulties of being trained at home. This includes the potential of being distracted at home by people, TV, or just the shiny objects outside. We also noticed an increase in trainees missing time due to personal commitments, whether it was for an hour or an entire training day, which is something that didn't happen in person. Next slide, please. So we'll talk about attrition later, but there is a quick note I want to make about post-training attrition. We had noticed a few common reasons for why staff left projects after training, which included personal reasons, which are broad, finding a new position, and work-life balance. Beginning in 2023, as more projects began working in the field, we noticed a new category. These are interviewers that were trained, but then never started working. There have been anecdotal reasons for this. For example, not fully understanding expectations and contacting households was one. Lack of commitment is a big concern. In addition to this, we saw growth in interviewers reporting concern with work-life balance. Unfortunately, this might be a negative output of a positive change, hiring and training staff that have never worked in field interviewing. Not understanding expectations and the other life demands may create a scenario where the work becomes overburdensome. Then finally, another new category emerged, which were interviewers that had to change in hours for their other position. Next slide, please. In the briefings with field management staff, we began to notice other concerns. Interviewers did not always seem comfortable at respondents' homes. A main part of interviewing is to have confidence when approaching a dwelling unit. During in-person trainings, staff could work to build confidence in newer interviewers. In a virtual environment, it became more difficult to identify hesitancy or confusion for asking respondent questions. This also had an impact on aversion conversion skills. In addition to impact on confidence to contact respondents, we've got to notice newer interviewers were unsure how to organize their materials. This often had a negative impact on aversion due to materials not being organized well. During the pandemic, mentoring was completely virtual. Due to concerns, projects that had used virtual mentoring began focusing more on in-person mentoring. This allowed a chance to have interpersonal interaction that was not available in a virtual training environment. We also assigned veteran FIs 20% of their cases in the field, whereas before the pandemic, only the new FIs had cases. Assigning cases to the veteran FIs allowed newer FIs the opportunity to observe and mirror veteran FI behavior. When the newer FI worked on their own cases, the veteran FI can continue to provide constructive criticism regarding their approach. There also was a recognized need to increase mentoring time to better prepare FIs and help with their comfort level while in the field. Next slide, please. So a couple of things that we started to look at is, when available, we think a hybrid solution might be beneficial for training. This allows for routine tasks to be trained via online courses and training. For respondent interactions and working with CAPI technology, training can still be in person, but for a shorter length of time to conserve cost. Projects should share daily debriefing notes with mentoring staff. So instead of a one-fit mentoring, focus on a mentoring that is tailored to individual interviewer needs. This flexibility can allow focus on aversion conversion techniques, handling of materials, as well as the CAPI instrument, as well as ensure that the CAPI instrument is administered correctly. And finally, being able to train on more of a flow basis allow for more trainings. This can be beneficial for staff to have other obligations. There are some concerns as with smaller projects, you must plan for how this impacts their data collection schedule. This could result in newer FIs having to work cases that are more difficult, may have already refused participation. And larger projects have to work on finding the perfect fit that allows them to remain fully staffed without the concerns of costs rising for too many trainings. I will now turn this over to Grant, who will discuss retention.
Thank you, Sean. Yeah, so I want to talk about retention from the perspective of the interviewers. We've been surveying them for a couple of years now and collecting some data, and want to share some of the results that we're seeing. Next slide, please. So it's an outline of what we're going to talk about. First, talk a little bit about our annual attrition rates, and then discuss our satisfaction surveys, And going back to part of what Jill was talking about earlier, how does job satisfaction line up with intent to stay? And how do those actually line up with actual attrition? And finally, looking at those data, talk about the reasons for attrition and with some concluding thoughts. Next slide, please. So here we have our annual attrition from 2010 through 2022. And you can notice that there are two different colors because we are the University of Michigan. So we've got maize at the bottom, which is our, we call it wanted attrition. I mean, it's not like we ever want attrition, but these are people that we let go because they're not performing to standards. So it's not, these are people that we've hired who, for some reason or another, either they're not putting in the work, their quality is not good. I mean, we're letting them go. The blue color is the percent of our annual staff who leave us, but whom we would have liked to have kept. And so we define annual attrition as a total number of interviewers terminated during a calendar year divided by the total interviewers employed during that same year. So you can see here in 2017, that number really spiked, but it was primarily a function of that maize color, the wanted attrition, people who weren't performing. In 2019, though, it definitely got much worse. We lost a large proportion of our staff that we wanted to hold on to. During the COVID years, that went down a little bit until 2021, at which point we had to release a number of people we would have liked to have kept, but due to COVID requirements, we lost them. And then it stabilized back down to what we would call a normal attrition level in 2022. I will say here in 2023, it started to come back up again, unfortunately. And actually, I should have asked Rick to go ahead and click on the button a couple times here because there were a couple little call outs there. Go ahead and click on it again. So that's our overall attrition view. So we launched an interviewer satisfaction survey following that 2017 disastrous year in terms of we ended up hiring a bunch of people that we ended up letting go because they weren't performing. And we wanted to know, why people left and why they choose to stay. And so we based it on the Backer et al. Job demands and resources model, which looks at two independent variables to estimate expected attrition. The first one is job satisfaction. Considering everything, how satisfied are you with your employer? And then the second one is intent to stay. As of today, how likely are you to continue to work for your employer next year? And then we added, as long as there's work available, because we do have part-time temporary work. And those first 2 years, 2018 and 2019, the results were really, really clear that the main driver for both job satisfaction and for intent to stay was our frontline supervisors, our so-called team leaders. What we call them team leaders. These are the people who work directly with our interviewers, and that was the main driver for people's, for their job satisfaction. And so we spent a lot of time working on them. We gave them new tools to communicate with the interviewers. We gave them schedules to make sure that they were following up. We had first quarterly meetings, then monthly meetings, then fortnightly meetings with all of the team leaders together, where we met to talk about, what are our standards, what are the hardships that they're experiencing, and share, their skills and share their experiences and their tools and their approaches to really try to harmonize and improve our approaches and make sure that we're treating our interviewers more evenly. We suspended the survey in 2020 and 2021, but we did continue with our team leader biweekly meetings. And then we relaunched here in 2022. And so we'll talk a little bit about that. Next slide. Overall, across all the years, job satisfaction was highly predictive of intent to stay, which makes sense. And the more satisfied you are, the more likely you are to say, I intend to work next year. Job satisfaction, however, was only correlated with actual attrition during that first year, and it wasn't correlated with actual attrition in 2019. Which is interesting. So even people who claim to be miserable continue to work. So that's one thing that's changed. However, intent to stay is strongly correlated with actual attrition. And so we'll just look at a couple of those really quickly, a couple of graphs here on the next couple of slides. So I don't want to spend too much time on it, but just to say from left to right, these are our satisfaction survey results starting in 2018, 2019, and 2022. And the top bar is very dissatisfied and the bottom bar is very satisfied. So these are people on the bottom saying, I'm very satisfied with working at the University of Michigan. The dark blue color indicates their intent to stay. So that's the percent who said they intend to stay. And you can see there's a clear linear relationship here. The more satisfied you are, the more likely you are to say you intend to stay. And that's true of all 3 years. Next slide. Here again, we have the job satisfaction at the very top with very dissatisfied to very satisfied. We only ask for permission to link their responses to their actual attrition in 2019 and 2022, which is why I'm only showing 2 tables here. The blue bar, when it's blue, indicates that they stayed with us. The red bar, or the red section, indicates that they left us. We would have liked to have kept them. And the small gray areas, these are people that we terminated for production purposes. And what you can see here is it's really nothing much going on at all. I mean, other than the people who are very dissatisfied, they did actually leave both in 2019 and 2022. Otherwise, there's not a whole lot going on. If you were somewhat dissatisfied, you had about the same retention rate as people who were very satisfied. It does show statistical significance on the 2022, but that's really a function of this very dissatisfied here at the top. So next slide, please. Intent to stay and attrition. So people said, I intend to stay, I continue to work next year. That was definitely correlated with their actual attrition rate. You can see it looks weaker here in the 2019 graph on the left-hand side because it's intent to stay over 3 years. So it's not just over that 1 year, but if we had taken just the 1 year, it would look amazingly like the one in 2022. Basically, if you indicate you're very likely to stay, you are. And if you indicate you're somewhat unlikely to stay, about 50% of the time you will leave, but the other 50% of the time you'll stay. And so there is some prediction there. Next slide, please. So taking those data and going back to what Jill was talking about earlier in terms of the gig, the gig data model, the traditional gig work, we looked up an article from Watson, Kistler, Graham, and Sinclair, who used that job demands and resources model to understand how it might impact gig workers. And gig workers specifically defined as being project-based, having temporary work, and offering some flexibility in terms of how to do work or not. And this may be like a substitute teacher, but I think it also very much qualifies in our type of work. And what they said was, for this type of traditional gig work, there are really a couple of things to look at. One is job demands, specifically emotional labor. That's our yellow oval. And that means the sense here is that you have to control your emotions. You can't interact with people as you normally would. You have to suppress your enthusiasm, or you have to fake an enthusiasm, which falls exactly in line with what we require of our interviewers. We ask them to follow general interviewing techniques. We ask them not to insert themselves in their communication, but to read the text the way it's supposed to and make sure it's neutral. And so there's a lot of emotional labor there. And the idea is that the more stress you get from that emotional labor, the more you feel like it is burdensome, the higher your attrition rate will be, or the less your retention is. On the job resources side, these are our blue ovals. The model identifies 2 different types of autonomy. They say there's scheduling autonomy, so your ability to set your own schedule, which we have a little bit of, but honestly, not as much as we might like. We expect them to work evenings and weekends. We expect them to be responsive to our respondents and when they're available. There's also decision-making autonomy. To what extent can they make choices about what sample to, what segment to go to now versus another segment? And then there's workplace social support. And the more you have of each of these, the more likely you are to stay. Next slide. So we took the variables from the survey, from the satisfaction survey, and put them into an exploratory factor analysis and came up with a couple of interesting findings. First of all, we took those scheduling and decision-making autonomies, and they all loaded onto one factor. So we just collapsed them here in the middle of the blue area. It really was just one autonomy factor. We couldn't break it out in a meaningful way. On the other hand, when we put in the coworker social support variables, they clearly split out into two separate factors. One is that team leader support that we had talked about earlier on your left-hand side. And then a new one to us was this coworker social support that showed up. And as we started to run through and say, okay, well, how do these correlate? What was really interesting to us was that the prediction generally followed exactly what the article indicated. So if you look at the bottom with the maze oval with emotional labor, the less stress you have, the more likely you are to intend to stay. That makes sense. However, it's only weakly correlated. There wasn't a whole lot there. You can see it's at the 0.05 level, just barely. Autonomy overall was slightly more significant in that, the more autonomy you feel, you sense that you have, the more likely you are to stay. But again, it wasn't tremendous. But then what was really surprising to us was that our past predictor, this team leader support, just disappeared altogether. I mean, I tried every which way to make it work because I was expecting that team leader variable to really be, the big show that I was going to talk about today. And it wasn't there. It wasn't correlated with intent to stay. And whether that's because we put in so much effort to standardizing and harmonizing and making sure that our team leaders have as little variance in how they respond, or whether it's something else, I don't know, but something is definitely different in this survey compared to our past years. The other one that was really interesting to us was this coworker social support. Again, this was a new one where that one was correlated with intent to stay. So the more support you feel from your coworkers, the more you feel like you're connected to your coworkers, and this is again for our field interviewers, the more likely you are to stay. And so that was an exciting finding for us. Next slide. So just a couple of concluding thoughts. First is, of those who indicated that they were unlikely to continue, we still had about half continue to stay for a while. On the other hand, of those people who said that they were likely to stay with us, we still continue to see 10 to 12% of those who do actually leave. And that's just because life happens. Health issues, other personal commitments, and so on. As I said, this team leader support, our past key driver of satisfaction and intent to stay, is no longer correlated with either job satisfaction or intent to stay, which is very interesting to us. We had actually a very high response rate on that survey, so I don't have a good explanation for that. The sense of autonomy and the impact of emotional labor do impact the intent to stay in the right direction, which is consistent with that gig economy, job demands and resources model. And again, the interesting one for us is this increased coworker support is correlated with intent to stay. And we think there might be a number of things at play. One is that we switched our team meetings from being fully telephone to being Zoom meetings. And so people got to see each other in their weekly meetings with their teams, and we suspect that might have played into it. We also think another thing that might have played into it was specifically during the COVID years, we got this sense, but we didn't have direct measurements of this, that they were chatting each other a lot more, using chat functions and just connecting to each other. They were proactively reaching out to each other during a time when we were all isolated. We think that might be another reason. And on that note, I'm going to hand it off to Jamie to give us some concluding thoughts about the future.
Well, thank you, Grant, and good afternoon, or I guess good morning, everybody. I know at this point in the session, the moderator is usually like thinking it's time to start getting to the questions and answers, but Rick, I'm going to keep you on task because I got some buttons for you to push here. Yes. So what is ahead for us? If you can push the button, we have some clues, and I think one of the best places to start looking for clues, if you push the button again, is this conference. For those of you that have been paying attention to the conference, I just pulled out some excerpts from some of the sessions, and if you push it again, I'm going to tell you to push it again a lot here. You'll see some things in here where we're talking about changes in the work. We focused a lot on the workers, but I think part of our conversation needs to be looking at what's happening with the work. You see things like we're advancing and modernizing the business of data collection. We're looking at looking for substantial enumeration cost savings by alternatives to our traditional modes of data collection. Push it again. You'll see things like introducing multi-mode, different, rather than going in a single mode, trying different ways to sort of stage our surveys to collect that data. Push it again. And then you'll see like new ways to collect traditional data. These are all excerpts from some of the abstracts that were submitted. And then the final one that I sort of noticed is mining of alternative data sources. And that's to enhance in-person verification, in this case of transitory locations. So we're seeing the ground shift a little bit beneath us. And I think that that has a direct link to sort of the conversation that we're having right now. And I want to go into that a little bit. So next slide, please. Again, button pushing. So we are not going to just see changes in our workforce or changes in what we do. We're going to see changes in our ability to manage that workforce and to introduce some of the capabilities that Grant and others are talking about. So for example, for us, when we did the 2030 or 2020 census, we will do this in the 2030 census. That's a typo that I made there. But we did have scheduled availability where we allowed people to schedule their own time. We automatically assigned cases and created routes for people to travel. And we had much more detailed reporting about what was happening and insights into sort of what our workforce was doing and how we could adapt quickly to that. Next. We can now use technology to introduce instruments that are consistent. We don't have to have separate authoring structures for web-based or for internet response or for paper response. We have technology now, which some of our folks at Census presented in an earlier session today, that allows us to use a single method to author those instruments, which gives us the opportunity to have different kinds of devices that ask the same things, that give us different modes to get the same information, and we'll start to see a lot more consistency across our programs. We won't have separate strategies for different programs. We'll start to see a blending of that. Next button. The other thing that I think we can start to do is not just think of our workloads in blocks, where we put out work, have the people work on it, and then pass it back to us. We're going to be having like real transitions in the workload. I mean, some of us do some of that now with things like recycles or like mail returns or you know, whatever you call it on your program. But we may have a direct strategy to have variable workloads that change every day based on the needs of that. And we may see this concept of recycles just be part of the way we do work every day. Not in these batches when they're ready to be turned, that it's real-time changes. Next slide. Some of the less visible changes that I think we're going to start to see introduced is what I call real-time mode switching. So if somebody's completing an online response and they break off or they don't finish it, that case could immediately go to the field. It doesn't have to go through a whole bunch of processing to figure out whether it's there. The edits are built in such a way that if there's certain items that we definitely need to have, that could immediately go to a phone center or to a field person or somewhere else to get that data. Next. Not all cases are going to be the same. So for many of us, our programs start with a blank slate. We get a stack of cases to work, and we instruct our interviewers to go out and work these cases all the same way for consistency. We may see a change where the interview period starts with a stack of cases where some of the information is already there. Some of the cases have no information at all, and some cases just need like a quick verification. So we may see a real blend in terms of how the workload begins and ends in terms of how things are done. Next. We're going to see a lot more capabilities to assess whether we have good data or bad data in a much quicker way. Often, a lot of our quality measures are after the data collection is finished. That's when we start looking at it. But we will start to see measures of quality that happen during the actual content of our data collection. Next. We'll also get substantially better insights into the finance, activity, and performance. That's not a truck driving by, I'll tell you later. Which if you push the next one, this is great. We're going to know in real time just about everything that's happening on the ground, where people are, what they're doing, how successful they are. But it's also bad that everybody's going to know that. So this isn't just going to be the purview of the field manager to manage these things. You're going to have the director and the sponsor knowing exactly what that interviewer is doing in rural Iowa. So that's another thing to manage. Next. So how is this going to influence field interviewing? So I think we're going to move from, right now there's a parallel session going on about response rates. And are we getting good response rates? I think we'll move from measuring success by our response rates to how well people comply with our process, and to whether they're following the rules for visiting this time of day, whether they're working these cases in the sequence we've given them, whether they're finishing certain items on the questionnaire. It will be less about, are they getting full interviews or not? Are they following our rules? Because we'll put more stock in our rules giving us what we need to have. Next. I think we're going to see a lot more dependent interviewing. This idea of going into households and structuring a roster and asking every question, I think we will be just verifying some things. And I think we will be working from a starting point where we have information already about that household. Next. I think we're going to have smaller workloads, and I think it could be a lot smaller. I have heard, I think others have heard, that the days of the field data collector are going away. I don't think they'll ever go away, but I think this idea of doing these massive household surveys nationwide are quickly going away. But I think the cases that we get are going to be very important. And so next point. Got 2 points that I really want to emphasize here. I think there's going to be significantly less emphasis on efficiency in field data collection. I think we're going to see lots of efficiencies gained with administrative sources. We're going to see efficiencies gained with other ways to collect the data. But we're going to have to invest those savings into getting those field items that we can't get any other way. There's going to be a lot more emphasis on our ability to find reality. Next point. So I think that this drives the fact that gaining cooperation for field interviewing is going to be more important than it's ever been. So that I think is sort of the underlying theme in kind of all of this thinking about what are our challenges for the future. So next slide. This is going to change how we use field staff. I think primarily our field staff will have direct data collection from the hardest of the hard populations, the people we can't represent anywhere else. Next. I think we will have a role in validating administrative data. I mean, everybody's going to be all excited and thrilled to use administrative data because it's cheap and it's fast. But somebody's going to need to check to make sure that that administrative data is what it says it is. And I think that the field staff will have a role in doing that. Next. I think we will also have a role in facilitating response in a way we haven't done before, sort of like the mailman or the postal person dropping off a questionnaire. We may actually have facilitated interaction with respondents, particularly institutions, where we train our staff to go out, drop this off, explain it, and go back and pick it up. We do some of that, but we might end up doing a lot more of it. And then the last point on this one, I think we will start to play a more prominent role in troubleshooting anomalies, where the survey staff, you know, the researchers see something that just doesn't make sense, they'll have an ad hoc role, the field staff will, to go out and just look and see what's happening. Why is this different? Why is this estimate so out of line? And be a little more investigative rather than prescriptive sort of interviewing. Next slide. Did I lose you?
You're back, I think. Jamie?
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah,
there
I'm
you
here.
are.
Okay,
good.
sorry. So these are the questions that I think we need to answer to sort of kick us off into the future. So next. What are the right skills we need to do this new work? Can we teach those skills? Can technology help us? And what type of supervisor is that going to be? It isn't just the data collector, it's how do we supervise this kind of new approach for what we need. Next. What can we afford? That's always a big one. And I think just sort of sitting down and thinking about the future of our work will help us completely rethink this whole role of the in-person data collector. And a lot of the challenges that we faced previously in terms of collecting interviewers in bulk, if you will, and trying to train them to do everything for everyone, we may end up creating a situation where we have really good specialists that we pay really well, and they do a little bit of work, but it's really important work. So there's a number of ways we can go with this. Thanks.
Thank you, Jamie, and really thanks to everyone. I can't tell you as moderator how grateful I am at the breadth and depth of these presentations. So I've picked up several themes in here that I'm hoping will come up in the discussion, and I will bring them up if they don't come up automatically. But I think this is the period where we get to engage in some more free-form exchanges and questions and statements. So I'll invite all the panelists, to turn on their videos, which they have, and just so you can remember, you in the audience can remember who's here. These are the folks, although I'll probably take this off here in a minute, just so you can see everybody more clearly. And I invite you to add your questions to the chat or to raise your hand. However, if you raise your hand, well, I'll assume that I will see that somewhere on my screen. But if anybody sees a raised hand that I haven't seen, please just let me know. I don't see any questions in there yet. So, okay, yes, good. So the first question goes to one of the themes I wanted to make sure came up, which is the impact of all these things you've talked about, the recruitment, the retention, the quality, etc., on cost and on budgets. And of course, it's been my experience, at least on our large data collection projects, that the actual portion of the project that is allocated to data collection is the largest single expense and the most volatile single expense. So our first question is from Sarah Grady, and is, could you talk more about budget implications? Have costs raised double, threefold? So I'll just throw that out there, and anyone can start, and all are welcome to comment.
Well, I'm happy to throw something out there. I did want to note that I saw a story recently that census came in, $2 billion under the expected cost, in part because of the kinds of things that Jamie talked about, where there are different ways of approaching it. You can target your respondents differently. That said, our interviewing, our data collection costs have definitely gone up, specifically for the reasons that Kyle talked about. Is when we do have that attrition, specifically in the field, and you're doing that in-person data collection, it is so painful to have to travel people in, and that's where that decrease in efficiency really comes in, at least from relative to my section of this.
Grant name dropped me. I'll add a couple of thoughts here. one of the things we saw was even with the difficulty attracting candidates, we did some things in terms of the efficiency of our staffing process that allowed us to be much less costly on a per unit basis with finding and hiring and then onboarding interviewers than in the pre-pandemic years. But all of those cost savings got eaten up with the attrition, and we actually ended up slightly behind. Even though we were much better, we just had to do much more work. The other thing that I'll say is, just like Grant mentioning the good news from census with budgets, so hooray. We've also seen some of our projects with a combination of smart choices in design, good management, sometimes a bit of luck, but in all of the above, we've had projects that have held their own with hitting targets on schedule and on budget for the data collection. It's just much harder to do that these days, and the risk is always on the upside if something goes wrong. But we have had projects, even as we've emerged from the field, hit all of the markers of success, even though others do struggle with higher data collection costs and the struggle of doing more with less budget.
And I'll add in the adding virtual trainings has actually helped us out in some areas, because where we've had increases in costs for some of the things that have already come up, having to travel people to areas where we don't have people, et cetera, at least the training budget's a little bit smaller. But the big problem has been is trying to find kind of that sweet spot that I spoke about. How many trainings do you need to actually become and maintain being fully staffed in that kind of environment? Someone else brought up the fact that it takes so long to even get them recruited. So trying to fit all those pieces of the puzzle together. So right now it has been cheaper. And like I said, a lot of flexibility for other things. It's just trying to get it so that we can keep people correctly staffed along the way.
Yeah, just to add to what Sean said, it is, we have seen obviously that, when you have these virtual trainings, that they can be less expensive in terms of the costs for traveling folks and all of that. But there are also a lot of sort of waterfall costs, right? Or like downstream costs that that we don't necessarily, you wouldn't necessarily bake into the cost of a training, right? The fact that it's that we've seen in some cases higher attrition rates for those virtual trainings than for the in-person trainings, and as a result we have to do more virtual trainings, which then means that we have to do more recruitment, and it means that those folks who maybe would have project staff that would have moved on to other tasks are then spending all of their time, or a much larger portion of their time than they would have previously, focused on recruitment and sort of this continuous training model. And that has, obviously has budget implications, but also just sort of general staffing implications, right? That it's like this time that you had sort of accounted for these folks to be able to move on to other tasks, now they no longer have that time and they're strapped, and it makes for not just field data collector retention issues, but it sort of opens up the possibility of sort of broader retention issues as well. So just one of those things that it's, in considering those virtual trainings, to Sean's point, it really is a balance, not just in the cost versus attrition from that particular training, but also these sort of like widespread impacts that it can have that you might not necessarily think of otherwise. So it's important. We've done some work in trying to think of the cost of attrition, and it's really challenging, right? Because there are all of these ways in which you can't just look at the project budget and say, well, it was X amount for training and it was X amount when they left, and right, it's like it's the cost of onboarding with a new supervisor, it's the cost of the supervisor's time anytime someone leaves, of transitioning those cases from that field supervisor to or from that FI to a different one, right? So there are all sorts of other issues that come up that just make it really challenging to kind of figure out what the implications of attrition are. But yes, they have definitely been impactful.
Yep. Let's see who, anybody else want to comment there?
Well,
I'd like to
actually,
add one. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
so I didn't want to add sort of on the recruiting side, and I don't know, Kyle, if we shared some data on this, what was it now, 6 months ago, but for us, I mean, there's definitely been something in the way of creative destruction going on. Not only have we had to change, but our applicants have changed their expectations. And at least for us, our recruiting costs, my recollection, it's about a third of what it was pre-pandemic per hire. And so maybe that kind of leads into the question from Carl there, where you know, maybe you can hire more, maybe you can focus on people with some different types of skills, even as you have fewer applicants. And we are experiencing exactly the same thing that Kyle talked about. We don't have as many, but at least in our case, when we do, those that we do have do seem to be a little more interested, even if they do leave early. But they seem to pass those initial screeners at a higher rate.
Interesting. I wanted to mention that at least on our longitudinal studies, and some of these studies, you know, although the contract has a length, the actual research program just goes out indefinitely. And I believe we are still wrapping ourselves around a couple of ideas. One of them is, I think it's relatively clear that an experienced interviewer has more value to the project than a brand new interviewer. So if you lose somebody, like before you even trained them, you don't really know what you've lost, but you haven't made the significant investment in that. But if you've had somebody who's been out there collecting data for months or even years and has developed expertise and familiarity and knows how the project goes and knows the expectations and hopefully has been a strong and productive member of the field force, when you lose them, you're losing a lot more. The cost to your project is much greater under certain circumstances with attrition than under other circumstances. And I expect that many of us have felt that. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I've seen a couple presentations from different organizations here at FedCASIC, and I agree with Jamie, by the way, that FedCASIC is a really great place to pick up a lot of these themes. So of course, when the pandemic hit, March of 2020, all of a sudden, everybody, our grandparents and everything else, all became video experts, and now grandkids and birthday parties and everything have been going on Zoom for a while. And there is certainly Zoom fatigue, but there is also an opportunity there. And I know that different survey organizations are using video as a sort of, you know, an in-between, hopefully with some of the benefits around rapport and other things that you get in person without necessarily all of the cost that it takes to put a person in the field and even locally travel them or, you know, travel them across the country. I don't know if others have been doing that, but I think we're not subtle enough yet in our understanding to figure out exactly what the cost benefit of video is, but we're sort of hoping to achieve a cost benefit from video without paying the price that we've paid in remote trainings and that you guys have just talked about in terms of higher attrition rates and lower sort of attachment to the work and to the project from in a fully remote experience. Okay, well, we can always pick some of those up. Yes, to go to Carl's question, and I'll just read his entire comment and the question. Interesting theme, starting with Jill and ending with Jamie. Field data collection is now a more technical role, so you have to find or develop technical skills, but also still need those soft skills for interviewing. Do you feel that you can recruit more for one and train the other? And if so, which way is that?
So I'm happy to jump in here. I mean, this is just a personal thing of mine. It's amazing to me how when we introduce technology, things get harder. Technology should make things easier. And forever, I would say the soft skills for interviewing, the people that are really good at this, they just have an innate sense of how to work with people. And that is the hardest thing in the world to teach. And I would, I mean, if you made me pick one, every time it would be the soft skills. But I also just want to flag that issue that you're right. We do spend a lot more time in training on how to push buttons and how to sort of do the mechanics of using the technology, when really we should figure out ways for that technology to just make this part of the job easier so they can focus on the soft skills.
Other thoughts or comments on that? I think that really does align with some of the statements. I think, Jamie, from your presentation about how those gaining cooperation skills are clutch. I know we've certainly experienced that at Westat, even to the point where you almost want to be able to pull out different characteristics of the work and pay a premium for people who are good at that, like a person who can gain cooperation, especially on a longitudinal survey where gaining cooperation typically will buy you in for multiple rounds of the data collection. We have some full-time travelers who are expert at that. We have some other, most studies have language specialists and refusal conversion specialists and so on. And I think that gaining cooperation is a real specialty that commands a sort of a bonus there.
And there is something we learned 20 years ago that is still true today. So the National Social Health and Aging Project, or NCHAP, is a survey NORC does of people 55 and older. It has traditional survey questions, physical measures, including blood spots and other things like that, and then measures social networks. But when that study first went into the field, there was concern about having our interviewers doing the physical measures, including blood spots and other things, which traditionally had required people with specialized training, whether that's phlebotomists or something else. And so at the very beginning, we really focused heavily on getting people with a medical background as our interviewing team. They struggled because they were able to do the technical, but gaining cooperation and working with respondents was difficult. And so after the field test, we pivoted and focused on people who were good with people and trained them on the technical. And they picked up the technical very quickly and were able to use their other skills. And on every project since then, it's been that same thing. You can train the technology, train the hard part, but the soft part, either because it's an innate talent or because it takes longer and a longer practice cycle to develop those soft skills, it's really hard for us to get people completely fluent in that side of the job from zero at the very beginning of a project, especially if you have a short data collection window. So I would hire always for the soft skills and worry about the tech, even with more complexity later.
So that really answers Carl's question directly. So do you find yourself, and I guess it's a question for everyone, do you find yourself sort of interviewing and selecting more for those soft skills than for anything else?
Yeah, and that's to the degree you can, and that's where, in our old days, and this is the before times, when we used to be able to afford to do in-person interviews for field interviewing candidates, and we could assess just what it was like to be in the room with somebody, how they interacted, and so on. Now it's done via video, which helps, but it's different. But we try to assess those soft skills, and we have things in the process. So our application isn't the simplest it could be, in part because there should be a minor barrier for people to have to be able to know how to attach a document to an application. We do a video interview, so they have to be able to negotiate getting on camera and off. And we do some other things so that we make sure people have a basic facility. But the rest of it, we can train them on how to use the case management system and the differences between a tablet and a laptop and all of that. That's all trainable within the window of a standard training. And as so we're less worried about that than we used to be, and definitely looking at the gaining cooperation skills, because that, Jamie, you're spot on. Being able to get people to say yes with this complicated environment we're in and all of the ways our industry and the world is changing, that getting people to yes is the thing that is critical for our workforce.
I would just add one sort of, while I agree with everybody else, I agree, and all of the folks that I've sort of talked with anecdotally, field directors, et cetera, have sort of echoed this same sentiment. I would highlight the extent to which the sort of virtual training environment has added a significant wrinkle to that calculus, right? Because especially on our more technical studies, I think they've had some pretty substantial challenges doing virtual trainings as they were sort of required to during the pandemic, and being able to explain the technology, troubleshoot issues with technology via Teams, right? Or via whatever the particular platform was, right? And sort of just adds this this additional layer for folks, and feeling like they don't quite have it in a way that they might if they were in person, right? If they could have somebody walk over to their table and so say, oh no, you just have to press this button, or no, you have to, oh, here's what, you know, here's the issue. And so to that point, as we've added technology in the field, technology and training, right, it just sort of adds these additional layers that makes it more challenging for field data collectors, not just to actually do the thing in the field, but to learn how to do it during training, right? Because they're sort of like adding these additional barriers all along the way, that just makes it more challenging. So that is sort of, again, another one of those caveats to virtual training that it, you know, can have cost savings, but can be really challenging, I think, especially for those more technical studies.
And Jill, it's not just for the data collectors or the interviewers. It also makes the job more difficult for the managers, who then have to manage the people who it didn't quite work for or who have extra activities. So, you know, keeping an eye on the difficulty of the job for the managers as we go into multi-mode, as we go into remote training, as we go into those other things. I think, again, Jamie, it was when you had the role of the manager and that person within our workforce on a slide that resonated, because they're critical, and it's getting more difficult for that group to be successful at their job because a lot of the demands are hitting them when we have the increasing complexity and attrition and everything else we're talking about.
And
Can I
to
just
add to
add?
this,
Oh, go ahead, please, Sean.
I was going to say is that I had a colleague say right before this, the one thing that you have to recognize in field interviews is that they have to have confidence, which is something I hadn't thought about till we had that conversation. So I'm leaning towards the soft skills is where I'm going with that, is how do you evaluate or teach that confidence? Sometimes I think is bigger than the technical part. Jill just reminded me something that I left out of the presentation, and that's that we did have to put our technical support kind of on call via Teams so that we could say, hey, we just noticed somebody's really behind, and we'd put it out in Teams. They would answer in Teams and jump into that Zoom meeting, and we put them into a breakout room. That it became a hurdle and a partial solution for dealing with that technical side of it.
Yeah, just to echo that, Sean, I think one of the things that you know, everybody is familiar with is you have the ability to type, but somebody is standing behind you, and then suddenly you lose the ability, right? You have no idea, like fumbling all over the place, right? And so you think about this, that it's like even folks who may have the technical skills, but are in a respondent's living room or are, you know, standing at their door and trying to troubleshoot whatever their potential issue might be with the, you know, the app or the software or the hardware, whatever the issue is. You know, you have to have that level of confidence in what you're doing, right? And in the technology to say, here's how I fix it, and here's how I can do this, and not feel, you know, overwhelmed and uncomfortable standing in front of this other person trying to do this, right? So it just adds, you know, that confidence really is important, because you could have the technical skills and not necessarily the confidence to sort of enact it, and it just, you like, you know, you lose the ability to type, right?
I also just wanted to add that assuming that the model that I used was correct, if we don't have those soft skills, you are more likely to see that attrition due to the emotional labor, right? They're just not going to know how to deal with it. And you definitely saw differences. And yeah, I also know that I speak on behalf of the entire panel here. I want to say, Rick, you did a fantastic job. Thank you. I want to make sure I got that in.
There was no emotional labor here. It was very nice. We are just coming up on time now. In addition to, before thanking the panelists, I did want to say, I think there are, first off, this is a huge topic. And even though I feel like our presentations today, the ones that you guys gave, were, deep and thoughtful, I feel like there are so many topics we haven't gotten to. I wanted to just highlight a couple of them really quickly. I thought some of the points around change management and the nature of investment in these staff and what it means for retention, et cetera, is a really important one that I think we could have a whole panel on. Another one is the effect of multimode. Several of you brought that up kind of as, coming through that, but I think multimode is clearly transforming the work and where we go forward. And the third one, which I thought we would actually spend almost all of our roundtable time on, we didn't even get to, is the impact of technology. Almost everybody sort of casually tossed out things that are pretty technologically difficult and challenging. There's multimode, there's all the different ways we do recruiting and posting and getting people through the process and those HR functions, all the routing, the scheduling, et cetera. So really a lot of subjects still to go to. I really got a lot out of this, and I'm so grateful to the panelists here for sharing your insights. I feel like I feel a lot smarter and more well-informed than I did an hour ago, and so I appreciate all of you there. I think with that, we are going to adjourn. So thank you again to our panelists. I see some applause-y things from WebEx going through, and I echo those. Thank you very much. So everybody have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining our session titled Human-Centered Design Approach to Data Dissemination Tools. At this point, the session is being recorded, so if you don't agree to be recorded, you can leave the session now. Thank you very much for the audience for joining us and to our panelists. I'm going to start the session with a little bit of an introduction. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. At the end of the session, I'm going to post this slide again in case you want to get the links for the data dissemination tools that I'm going to discuss today. So today in our session, we're going to have several representatives from different. I will introduce them one by one. But first, we're going to go over a little bit statistics. As you know, the federal agencies in the United States collect data and then produce statistics about like population, economics, etc. And then these agencies have the responsibility to produce nonpartisan reports to inform policy, and they also have the responsibility to make this data available. These agencies disseminate through different ways, mainly through data dissemination tools, which are pretty much web pages or standalone applications with different functionalities that allow the users to retrieve specific data of interest. I'm getting some feedback that I'm having trouble. Can everyone hear me okay, Anthony?
Yeah, Alda, if you want to just keep your voice elevated the whole time, I think maybe the microphone is picking up on your voice and not. So you could try that. Just speak a little louder if you can. Thank you. Okay.
How is this? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Again. So the data collected from the different federal agencies may span many topics, for example, commute time, number of employees, food scarcity, etc. And these topics can be broken down further, for example, by demographic characteristics of people, demographic characteristics of households. They can also be broken down by different levels of geography, and of course, by different years. So as you can see, the data collected by the different agencies when they're broken down by all these factors, can span thousands of data points by topics, geography, years, etc. So presenting this data in an organized manner is a very difficult endeavor. And this gets more difficult when you consider that the consumers of federal statistics, the federal data, includes a wide range of users. For example, the general public, policymakers, academic researchers, etc. And these users may have different levels of experience obtaining and manipulating data sets. So for example, here on the left, we may have a user from the general population who has a simple question like, how many people live in the United States? On the right-hand side, we may have a researcher who's wondering, for the last 5 years, what has been the difference in average commute time between males and females living in Virginia? So for the novice user, the need for the data may be something simple like a one number that they're looking for. However, the more experienced researcher may need something more complicated, not only to obtain the data, but also to visualize the data. So a solution for the challenges of designing data, designing a data dissemination tool with large amounts of data and with different needs and expectations from users is a human-centered approach. What we're seeing in the screen right now is an oversimplification of the design thinking process, which includes some stages like a discovery meeting. This is where we talk to the stakeholders, figure out what is it that they want or they need. Then we move on to scenarios or task analysis to see what the user needs and what are the different processes that they have to go through in order to achieve their goal. From this, the team moves to designing a solution for these needs, and they may deploy the product or maybe even create some prototype before product development. So the steps in the human-centered approach are the same as design thinking, but the human-centered approach emphasizes including the feedback or the voice of the user in as many stages as possible and as early as possible. Some examples of the methodology that we may implement to obtain the user feedback includes user interviews or focus groups, ethnographic research, usability evaluations for prototype, or even after the product has been deployed, etc. These are just some examples of the different options for methodology, depending on the stage, depending on the budget, but these are just some examples that may fit in some of the stages. So today in this roundtable, we're going to hear from our panel members about their experience and challenges of adopting a human-centered approach to the design of tools that disseminate data from federal surveys. Today, from our panel members, we include Brian Combs. Brian is the Chief of Staff as the National Agricultural Statistics Service. The data tool that Brian is going to talk to us about is the Data Repository User Interface Design, which disseminates data from the project champion. Welcome, Brian, and thank you for accompanying us. Our next presenter is Josue de la Rosa. Josue is the Director for the Annual Report and Information Staff at the National Center for Education Statistics. The data tool that Josue is going to talk to us about is the Condition of Education Online Indicator System, which disseminates data from a report with the same name. These data include key indicators on all levels of education, label force outcomes, etc. We also have among our panel members Jean Fox. Jean is a research psychologist at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and she's going to talk to us about the Occupational Outlook Handbook, which disseminates data about job titles, activities, work environment, education requirements, etc. We also have with us Heath Hayward and Matthew Graham. Heath is a geographer, and Matthew is an applications developer at the Center for Education Statistics in the U.S. Census Bureau. They're going to talk to us about On the Map, which disseminates data from the Longitudinal Employer Household Dynamics project. Welcome, Heath and Matthew. We also have with us Jeffrey Stark. Jeff is an Assistant Division Chief in the International Internet Applications and Dissemination at the U.S. Census Bureau. He's going to talk to us about the Household Pulse Survey Interactive Tool, which disseminates data from the Household Pulse Survey, which includes factors about ways in which people's lives have been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Welcome, Jeff. And last but not least, we have Canine Brice. Canine is a chief at the Dissemination Outreach Branch in the U.S. Census Bureau. Canine is going to talk to us about her experience with data.census.gov, which disseminates data about every possible survey in the Census Bureau. We have the American Community Survey, Economic Census, Decennial Census, etc. Thank you very much to all our panel members for joining us today. I will stop sharing my slide now. And now we are going to move on with our questions from our panels. But actually, before we move on to the questions that I have for you, and before we take questions from the audience, I would like to hear from you. I mean, we have so many different panelists from so many different agencies, different titles. So I would like to hear from you just a couple of sentences. How were you involved in the design or development of each of the tools that you have worked with? Any takers? Who would like to start?
I'm happy to go first. The Occupational Outlook Handbook is a little bit different from the other tools, I think, because it's not so much about sort of getting series of data or data points, but it's about getting information, all the information we have about different kinds of occupations. The project that I worked on was as it transitioned from, originally it started in the late 40s as a print document. The book was maybe, I don't know, 3.5 inches thick. They eventually built an online version that was basically lots of long pages with information about the occupations. And they wanted to transition to a sort of online first, I guess, kind of document or experience where they took advantage of some of the features that you can get online. And so in order to do that, we did a lot of upfront research. It was basically, I was working with Bill Makovac as doing human-centered design work, understanding the users up front, what their needs were, and sort of trying to interpret what that meant for design, coming up with a couple of designs, evaluating those designs, and then eventually implementing the design. They also, at the same time, were doing work on writing for the web and other improvements for a web product.
Thank you very much, Jean. Anyone else would like to share how you were involved in the design or development process?
Alda, I can jump in here and give a bit of background from on the MAPS perspective. So I've been working on this for 17 years, and it's important to understand that the data product, which is now called LODES, L-O-D-E-S, comes out of a administrative data source. So rather than mapping survey questions over to results that we display to users, we've been excavating value out of administrative data and figuring out what is useful for our particular groups of users. And so LODES and the application that disseminates it have co-evolved over those 17 years. Initially, they were the same thing. And we eventually had to understand that the application to disseminate them, to let users explore the data, had to live a different life from the data itself. So I'll pause there.
Very much, Matt. Thank you. Anyone else would like to share with us how they were involved in the design or development?
Sure.
I can talk about the Household Pulse survey. So it's been almost 3 years since we launched the Household Pulse survey, obviously as a reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic. And this was a brand new way of doing a survey for the Census Bureau, to the point of we closed out data collection and disseminated the results within the same week. So it's a very accelerated time frame to not only build the survey, but build all the systems that process and disseminate the data. So we knew from the outset we wanted some sort of interactive data tool to kind of give people a quick look at the data that was coming out very quickly on a weekly basis. So my role on the project was really trying to coordinate all of the effort, getting our developers on board, getting our subject matter people on board to figure out what do we want, how do we want the tool to work, starting from very little sort of requirements other than, hey, let's put something out there really quick to get people the data from the household pulse survey. And it was a lot of late nights, long weekends to get the tool out there. So it was a very, very rapid development. But luckily, over the past 3 years, we've been able to continue to expand the tool, bring in some of that user-focused design, and some of the topics I'm sure we'll talk about today. So it's been a great tool to learn from, and also to give our developers time and space to sort of experiment with things and try new things in terms of designing data tools.
Jeff. Okay, I think I'm gonna call on Brian just to prevent a couple of you from trying to speak at the same time.
Sure, no problem. I may come at this from a little different perspective. I think I just kind of stumbled into some human-centered design with our Druid project. So we started probably about 4 years ago, just looking at completely revamping how we were disseminating our data to our data users, with no real idea of what we wanted to do other than make them more happy data users and give them easier access to data. And then through some kind of exploratory work, I think we stumbled across this process and kind of worked through it. So my role in it was really, once we set our big vision of what we wanted to do, is to keep the team motivated and working toward that vision. So that's kind of my involvement in the process.
Screen next is Josh.
First, thanks for having me. And just the caveat that my views aren't those necessarily of the Department of Education. And I was smiling because it's similar to Gene's experience. I joined my position about 2 years ago, but the condition of education dates back to the 1860s and the formation of NCES. The condition of education was a print document. And then it went from print and online, and then primarily a print online first system where they were leveraging all the functionality of online and what was possible. And when I joined the team full of great staff and a strong partner, my role was more of the strategy and where do we invest our time and resources, and figuring out of all the possible enhancements we could make. Where do we prioritize our time, and where do our users need us to focus our efforts? And that's where we started to think about, well, who our users are many different users, and where are some of the pain points, or where are some of the things that we're doing very well that we can actually expand upon.
Thank you very much, Josh. Keith, would you like to share with us your involvement on the map?
Sure. So I've been working with Matthew Graham on the map data tool and the loads data for many years as well. I think the unique thing from our perspective is that, as Matthew mentioned, the data product and the tool were co-developed, and users didn't really know that this data was possible. And as the data was developed, we realized that we had a really unique ability for users to connect home locations and work locations of jobs at the census block level. And coming with a GIS degree, that meant that we got to basically try to build a web GIS that allowed for this exploration of this massive census block origin destination matrix. And I think that it's a unique thing to try to build something that is so focused from the perspective of geography. And that allowed us to build a lot of really interesting UI elements that allowed for supreme flexibility in doing these types of analyses, but also allowed us to, we had to step back and say, well, not everyone is a GIS person, and how can we present the data to a variety of different users from all walks of life.
Thank you for sharing that with us. Kanim, would you like to share with us your involvement with data.census.gov?
Sure. So data.census.gov is the web-based application of I say new now, it's 6+ years old, dissemination platform for the Census Bureau, and all based on an API, which some of the big big challenges of It's definitely different than anything the census has done in the past. We have so many, just talking to, Heath and Matt and Jeff, there's all different ways and different tools and different applications. And, we're trying to gather those together and understand they all have different reasons to be released different ways. But trying to hit at that, the human-centric design of people going to the Census Bureau, and there's so much data and there's so much information. Where do we go? How do we find anything? We had a large site that was hitting a lot of the larger programs that we have now, like decennial data and ACS and econ surveys, American Fact Finder, but people are finding that very not user-friendly. And that was kind of the basis of this, make something that is human-centric design. Of course, that's, easier said than done, which I'm sure is going to be a huge part of your discussion, Alda. But, making sure that you're changing, we're changing a back end, and also trying to make it easier for data users, and not just one type of data users. We went across the board from our novice users to expert users. So my role is kind of the collection and analysis of the feedback that comes in from these novices and experts, and trying to then, in an agile framework, work to get the feedback, to find requirements from it to build. And as that gets released, kind of at the same time as we're juggling those releases, then getting data user feedback, whether it's from just emails or presentations or conferences, but also working with the usability lab, with usability testing, focus groups, that type of thing. Then kind of feeding that up to our product owners for prioritizations, gathering requirements, and a lot of the back and forth with me too is talking about providing the feedback, and then they're coming back with something that says, oh, that might be great for a novice, but Jeff, that's not going to work for demo, or that's not going to work for, because they have to completely change their back end, and so there's a lot of kind of back and forth as you're ushering these things through, and trying to remember the human the human side of it, the data user in mind. But that's only a part of what we're doing, because in the end we're building the system, and the data itself are so diverse that there's definitely two realms of that, building it to make sure that we can manage it and it can be released, and then great, we've released it, but in a way, we need to do it in a way that people can really, ingest it and understand what they're getting, and, find it, hopefully, fingers crossed, right?
Very much, Janine, for sharing your experience with us. So now what I would like to do is I'm going to start asking you some general questions about how you implemented a human design process to the design and development of your respective data dissemination tools. But I also want to let the audience know that at this point, if you have a comment or a question that is relevant to the conversation, please feel free to either raise your hand, which you can do so by finding the icon with the hand in the bottom of your screen, or you can also just send a comment, and I will try to address your questions in a first come, first served basis. Okay, so with that being said, let's start. My first question for the panelists is, I want you to describe the development of the tool, again, with specific emphasis on how a human-centered design was incorporated to the process, but let's try to do it so on a timeline, from the first stage being the discovery meeting with the product owner, with the different stakeholders. Then I want to know when you started incorporating the user feedback, considering the timeline of the design thinking process. I want to have an idea of how early or how late the user feedback was incorporated, and whatever challenges you may have encountered for not incorporating this feedback as early as possible. Okay, did anyone incorporate the user feedback at the early stages, during the discovery meeting or a task analysis, before a solution was designed?
Well, I'll jump in. We did start very early on we identified a couple of target user groups for the Occupational Outlook Handbook, which included high school and college students, guidance counselors, other educators, job seekers, and people looking to change their careers. So those were kind of the groups of people that we had in mind. We did a lot of upfront work we had focus groups, especially with educators, with guidance counselors. We did some usability testing on the existing site to get some idea of what was working and what wasn't working. So we did a lot of that sort of user research up front to have a strong foundation and a good understanding of what the users needed as we went into the remaining phases. And I don't know if you want me to go on or if you're just interested in sort of what happened early.
As for now, I just wanted to know, dividing the design process into before and after the solution was designed. Right now, I want to focus on the before part.
Okay.
I want to get a sense of how early or how late the user's feedback was incorporated.
Yeah, and we continued throughout development because it was kind of a new paradigm for displaying the data and sharing the data that we did. We did a lot of brainstorming of new ideas, and we did a lot of usability testing on some of those different approaches to some of the features to get an idea of what worked and what didn't, and then eventually kind of sort of narrow down the prototype and continue to do usability testing.
Very much, Jean.
Yeah,
Anyone else?
For on the map, we started out prototyping and iterated quite frequently in the early years of its development. We would start out with release a full-fledged version of the tool, let it mature for a year and collect feedback. And then on that second year, we would scrap it and start again. And we did that for about 6 years, just to make sure that we were taking in as much feedback as possible. One of the great things about the LEHD program, from our perspective, is our state partners provide us with data, and they expect value in return. So they get that from the raw data products, but also from these tools. And so we have a built-in user base that expects us to provide value, and they reach out to us and give us feedback. And so from the very beginning, first stage when we were talking about the idea for On the Map, we had a lot of feedback from users. And anytime we would do a training, we would often co-opt those trainings and ask them questions about how are you using this tool? Where are you running into pain points? How can we make this better? And so for us, it was very important for us to just keep cycling through that process of testing and iterating and getting feedback. And that was it got us to the point where we were able to have a stable version of On the Map for several years, and we're actually starting that process again now, where we'll start to do feedback and iterate some more. So it's worked out well for us.
Thank you very much, Hip. Anyone else incorporated the user's feedback before the product went live?
Yeah, I can add to that. So from a NAS standpoint, we really have two primary data dissemination products currently. So one is kind of a PDF generated report, which is very easy to understand, but not very usable in today's modern technology world. And then we did have an online database called our QuickStats database, which is very robust, and it's great if you're a statistician or a big data user. You understand it pretty well and you really like it. But for a lot of other people, there's a lot of pain points there. So when we started our project, we started with user interviews. So we grabbed a wide swath of data users and key stakeholders, and tried to develop a more comprehensive understanding of our current processes, where they identified pain points to really understand those varying needs and perspectives that they had, how they were trying to use the tools, what they wanted to do with them, simple things like visualize data and things like that were very difficult in the current environment, the way we were presenting the data or giving that data back to them. but it was things that they really felt were beneficial, and if we could improve that, would be much more user friendly for them. So after kind of those initial gatherings, we developed kind of in a discovery phase and created user personas. So we tried to group similarities of tasks that they were looking to accomplish to kind of narrow down some of the problems and give us some areas of focus.
Much, Brian, for that with us. Okay, so I guess what is going through my head is that although incorporated a human-centered design approach is considered best practice, it's really not that realistic to incorporate the voice of the user as early as you can, as we see it on textbooks, like for example, during that initial meeting. So the team knows that they have this task. They need to provide the public with this means to acquire the data. But I don't know how does the process go? Is there a framework already that, or a template where all data dissemination tools start from there, and then just keep incorporating the feedback after that product has already been decided that this is going to be the main point for disseminating the tool? Or like what is it that is preventing the agencies from designing a data dissemination tool from scratch, incorporating the voice of the user? Yes, Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'll talk about some of those obstacles. Well, the first is well, not an obstacle, right? There's obviously feedback from similar tools that we've used before generating a new tool, and I'll state that we'll take feedback from not only NCS, but when some of these agencies that are on this panel, I'm very appreciative that you've shared your research publicly through these type of talks and other talks, so that we can learn from your experiences and incorporate that feedback in our tools as well. But then there's also obviously project constraints that we all face, right? My project has a mandate to release information by a certain date. So we have to work within our constraints, and that date's not movable. So any changes we make have to be within the pipeline and out the door by the specified date. Then there's also obviously broader constraints that we have to work within. Any data collection has to require the proper clearance for that collection. So we have to work around that schedule as well. But user feedback is always important, because most of our mandates, if not all of our mandates, have a requirement to produce useful information. So what that means is going to be dependent on different users. So it's always a high priority, just like it is to produce accurate information. But it's going to be these other competing constraints as to how much we were able to do within the time that we have.
Alda, I can jump in and add a little extra comment here. I think for us, given that we were looking for a very deep exploration tool, something to really dig into the data significantly, it's worth it that I recall early days when we would create prototypes in just images for our developers to look at, and we would have a relatively quick close cycle with our developers and say, hey, this is what we're looking for visually. And we would ask for responses, but the responses from our developers, and I think a lot of good developers, is let me just build that, and you can give me feedback on what I build, even if it's not feature full. And because of the newness of what we were building, both the data and the tool at the time, I think we realized that was actually the best way to get really significant feedback from our users, because they were having trouble imagining what was possible. And so we had to show them, we had to introduce them to the scope of what we were trying to do. And so that's why we went through a much more really fast and hard iterative process of developing full versions one after another in the early days until we found the sweet spot of this application that just works for many people.
I see. Thank you very much, Matt. I think Jeff had his hand raised a minute ago. I don't know if you want to go.
I did, but I put it down, so I didn't know how you wanted to. So I'll just add, I definitely agree with what the other folks have said. One of the things that we have a challenge in my area. So to answer your question, Alda, about do we have some sort of like baseline? So my staff has spent the last several years developing basically a platform for all of our data dissemination tools to be built on top of. So we have a lot of reusable components, things that we can quickly deploy out to the website to ease ourselves into developing a new application, which was really great for the Household Pulse data tool because we could start from something that we knew worked. But when we think about that from sort of a user-centered design, what we have in our area is we serve a lot of reimbursable customers. So the folks that are asking us to develop the tools are the users, and those may be researchers at other government agencies. They may be looking for a specific thing that the tool needs to do. And as long as the tool does that, they're happy. But we don't always go out to the actual data users and say, hey, what do you want from this tool? What do you want to add onto it? Because we're so focused on meeting those requirements from our survey sponsors. So that's sort of what we're trying to do is give ourselves a toolkit to meet those needs. And then over the past year and a half, working with Alda's team, bringing those user feedback into the tool and bringing those improvements into the core of the applications. So those subsequent improvements that we make can be shared out to all of our applications all at once. So that's something that's really been helpful to think about. We want to make sure that our customers that are paying the bills are happy, but we also sometimes forget there are data users out there that have feedback for us, and we're trying to incorporate that more into our product design and development.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for that comment. That is something that I guess I haven't thought about it. To me, I have worked with several of you, and I do usability evaluations, and I think of users as novice and experts, and there's a lot of things that I ignore. For example, what you mentioned right now, sometimes the user is the team that is requesting the data tool to be developed, and that's something that I had not considered before. Kanin, did you have another comment?
I just wanted to echo the importance of an alpha, to have a prototype that was mentioned. At the beginning, there was a lot of just, I don't like it, or I can't find it, or I need, I want one estimate, or I want all of these things that, or show me, can't you do something that's great with mapping like this tool, or, those kinds of things. And, as we're trying to build a backend that could support this with the API, which not everybody was on the API, a lot of people were still creating static tables and packages. There was a lot that had to be done on that end, but we really didn't get substantive data, information and feedback until we actually threw something out to let people comment on it. And then that's when, that everyone's, that's not what I wanted. So at least it's like, okay, great. We're not hitting the mark. What else should we be doing? But until then, it was just a lot of very, very general, give me something better. You just do better, kind of thing, instead of specifically, I want this, this, and this, because, like it's been said that you can't necessarily conceive of it or try to figure out what people are saying.
Thank you very much, Kanin, for your comment. Let me just double check that we didn't have any questions or comments from the audience at this point. And I don't see anyone raising their hand. Okay, so I think that comment is a good transition maybe to talk about the users. So like I mentioned a minute ago, I think about users for data dissemination tools in terms of their level of expertise acquiring and manipulating data set, or how complex it is the data that they are looking for. So we have many different data dissemination tools being represented right now with so much different data. which I can only assume that your users are also more varied. So can you talk to us a little bit about the users of your data? How did you know which type of user was the one that you needed to get the feedback from? Have you been expanding on the definition of who your user is? Jeff and then
Okay,
Brian.
I'll go for yeah. I think we tied. So we when we started, we wanted to target our data tool at what we thought of as like a very novice user. So we had 3 different dissemination products, one being a detailed table package, another being a set of microdata, and then the dissemination tool. And we've kind of thought about the dissemination tool of something that a inexperienced user or a user that doesn't really have time or care to dig through the microdata or tabulations to come up with an answer. So obviously we did this survey in the data tool in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We all remember it was in the news every day. You know, facts and figures are flying around. So we wanted to make sure that people who were looking for information could find it. And then as the tool kind of progressed and went on, we did get some feedback from the data users. A lot of folks from academia, a lot of folks from the media. You know, they would respond to our email inbox and give us comments and suggestions. And we also relied on the web analytics that we get from census.gov to look at, okay, you know, hey, there's some folks in Congress that are looking at this data. They're interested in thinking about how they're going to use this data to help their constituents. So our definition of a user of our data tool has definitely changed as we learned more about you know, who's looking at our data, what we can do with the data tool, and that's really helped us think about what do we want to add and sometimes even remove from the data tool to kind of address the needs of that user community.
Hey, Jeff. Josh, would you like to add something to that comment?
I think it matches what we've said along. There's 2 issues, right? Similar to the other agencies, we have a lot of data. And one of the things that we're trying to solve is how to make the public aware of the data we have and help minimize the risk of that there's the data is used in a way that is understood. So it's useful. But there's many different users. So when we start some of the process of understanding who our users are, that we have a defined set of segments, but those segments within those have different levels of data literacy or accessibility with the data. So then there's a back and forth as do we try to have this data tool serve everyone at all levels? And then that gets to the strategy to say, well, maybe no. Maybe some of these features and functions and goals could better be fit through a different tool as well. And that goes to less of like, it's part of the human-centered design, but it's also part of like the discussion of more of a strategy and say, well, maybe we should tailor this need outside of this data tool so that this specific tool can be focused and serve an approach while a different tool can meet a different need. So like when I was hearing from the other panelists talk, it mentioned, I think like the on the map, right? That sounds like a very specific thing for geographers. And if you're not a geographer, there probably is a better tool for you, but that allows the geographer to meet their needs. And that's some of the discussions that we were having here is, you know, we have educators as one of our key stakeholders, right? Well, maybe our tool is for educators, or maybe it's not, and maybe we spin something off for educators that's different, and that's part of the the human-centered approach that we've been discussing that goes to a level above that and gets into the strategy discussion.
Thank you very much, Josh. Brian and then Jean.
Thanks. So I guess for our approach, like what we really focused on was just flexibility. We knew not all users were going to need the same data. I think Jeff mentioned we kind of grouped those into kind of a novice, a data user, an intermediate data user, and then a real power user of the data. When we look at that novice, it was kind of just asking that very simple question. So how can we make it simple and straightforward that they can come to the application and find, whatever they're looking for, the number of cows in Virginia, for instance, or, whatever the particular need is. And then one of the things we really focused a lot on were the intermediate users. Those were kind of the people that might be an expert in one particular area. So they might be very familiar with data we have on crops, but not so much on some of our economic data or livestock data, something like that. So, how do you kind of build the tools so that they know enough about us to kind of find some things, but not everything they're looking for. And then the power users that were really just get us to the data as quickly as possible. We don't care what format or anything else, just give us data and we'll consume it in however form or fashion. So for those, we really focused on building a pretty robust API. And then some of the others, we were using that API to then code additional tools on top of it. So we could build, continue to build on that in the future as more and more tools, our data users to identify more and more tools that could be useful to them.
Jean and then Heath.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on what Josh and Brian said, which is I think that it's important to look at it can be tempting to look at like there are students and there are people in this industry and there are people in this situation. But I think it's important to look at how they want, what kind of data they want and how they want to access it and what they know about it. And I think those are more important characteristics than kind of what they do for a living. And so I like what Brian was saying about thinking about their expertise with the data and kind of data they want, and that determines the kind of tools that we should be building for them to access the data.
On the Map was built almost primarily as a promotional tool. So we built it to try to find users, to try to show that this data is out there. And we had a built-in set of users with our labor market information offices, with our state partners. But we realized pretty quickly that transportation planners would be very interested in the connection between home and work. We realized that businesses that were trying to do site development, site location, to try to figure out, how many workers live within a mile radius of this spot, or how many of my potential employees could live within this area. So, and then once we sort of found that there was that user base out there, I think that was a little bit more of a challenge to get connections with those people. Once they started using it, they would give us feedback. But we tried to go out there and do trainings at transportation, urban planners, those kind of conferences. So just trying to get the name out there. And something interesting that popped up during this process is we noticed we were getting a lot of requests for on-the-map analyses on emergency events. So people would ask about a hurricane is coming through, how many people live in this area or work in this area? What about this flood event? What about this FEMA disaster declaration area? And sort of like what Josh mentioned is there's different tools for different needs. And so we ended up spinning off a different version of On the Map called On the Map for Emergency Management that is tailored specifically to all of the different disaster feeds that come in from other federal agencies. And so users can go into that tool, and there's a live event library of all the active emergency events that are happening in the country, and they can get ACS data, decennial data, and the loads data from that interface. So that was an opportunity that we had where we realized there was this other niche group that could use our data, and that a better tool could be created to serve their needs.
Very much, Heath. I didn't know that about On the Map, that it was actually created with the intention of just letting people know that the data is here. Okay, we have a question from an audience member. Kathy wants to know, how would you use a human-centered design for when someone just wants one data point, like a soundbite. If you would like to please raise your hand, the panelists, if you would like to answer that question. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jean.
I think that even if it's, and I'm not sure exactly sort of what Kathy's getting at, but I think that even if they just want one data point, there's still a lot of ways that people could access it. And you want to know like what data do they want, and do they understand it, and maybe what other resources do they need to be able to understand it? Because I think often people who are looking, it may be that people who are looking for one data point are less familiar with the data. And so what tools do you need to provide to them? For example, sometimes it's something that's just on the homepage if you're looking for, like, for us, the latest CPI data, but then what does that mean, and things about seasonal adjustments, and how do you, what information do they need to go around that data point? So I think there are things to consider in addition to just, they only want one data point, but what else how are they going to find it, and what else do they need to be able to use that data?
Very much, Jean. Kanine, would you like to add something?
Sure. So what we've found, especially with all of the many census surveys and all of the very, very similar, questions being asked, if you take poverty, we have multiple surveys giving you multiple poverty estimates and then the breakdown and crosses of poverty. And we've, continually would have people putting a wrong poverty estimate and then citing the Census Bureau as, the source. And so part of these single estimates was trying to have it more ushered from a subject matter that says, if you're just looking for poverty and you haven't specified anything, just in general, then we want to give you this poverty estimate for all people from this survey, and we're going to hand it to you. If you don't want to use it, you do not have to. There's all the rest of the stuff available and different places that you can go. But I think that's kind of the human centric that we were working with, just, if nothing else, to make sure that we weren't being, our data weren't being used in vain and being, broadcast incorrectly, which, as all data, providers, we know it does happen.
Okay, we have one more question. How you consider using existing touch points with survey respondents, electronic reporting instruments, as a way to market published data, visualizations, or visualization tools to American businesses and citizens? Give me 1 second, let me expand this. Maybe I can review it again. Michael, if the host can, oh, okay, we have already someone ready to answer Michael's question. Go ahead, Jeff, and then Brian.
Sure. So actually, with the Household Pulse survey, the survey was conducted online, and once the respondent gets to the end of I actually don't know if we still do it, but during the initial phases of data collection, we actually gave them a link and said, hey, your response is super important, and you can click here and see what we're already doing with the data that you've got in. So that's sort of like enticing people sort of at the end of the survey, thanking them for their responses. But I know in a lot of our demographic surveys that we go out to folks, out to their homes to collect data, they'll bring along materials, publications, visualizations from prior years of the data. They'll link people to the website for the survey so they can see how their data is being used. So I know that's something we're definitely doing to kind of connect respondents to the importance of their response in creating those data products and obviously the estimates that we use.
That's a great question. I think we've taken a similar approach. And I guess this touches on maybe that next question too. It's on customer feedback. So one of the things we've heard from a lot of the farm producers that are filling out our surveys are there's a disconnect in the data. They don't understand that they're filling out this survey and then it's translating into this data product. And a lot of times, USDA or NAS is not the primary source that they're getting that from. So it could be from a university researcher, an extension agent, a local farm publication that picks up those numbers and doesn't necessarily heavily attribute that they pulled those numbers from the latest NAS report. So when we first started on this, one of the things we were looking at is how can we better relate back to the producer that, hey, here's the information that's directly from the surveys that you're completing. So we've put some efforts into making a better online reporting experience for farm producers. And our project is in the early phases of the dissemination side, but the hope is that once we get this in a better state, we can almost kind of tailor what's given back to those producers as they complete their reports online.
We have one more question from Kathy, which I skipped before. Sorry, Kathy. So Kathy wants to know that for feedback, do you do your own customer satisfaction surveys or the CAN OMB circular 11 items? Or how else do you obtain user feedback? Listservs or any other way? Okay, go ahead, Josh.
All the above. We have a customer satisfaction survey. We obviously participate in the analytical program, a government-wide analytical program. But we also monitor the feedback from the community and see are there systematic issues that could be addressed through better design, or is it an outreach issue that we can address through training as well? All these are good sources of information for us to utilize to produce what our clients or users want, and what we're mandated is to produce something, again, useful, and something as useful as it is accurate.
On to the next question there. So I know that we have data dissemination tools that we're discussing that are that have data with more general interest for a more general population, like data.census.gov or the household pulse survey. But we also have some other projects that are more niche, like the Champion Project or On the Map. So I want to know, based on these very different customers that you give the data to, I want to know, in your opinion, what are the necessary functionalities for your data dissemination tool to be useful? What would you? I know some of you have search bars, maps, tables, etc. So I want to know what is for your particular data dissemination tool the indispensable. If I were to design a data tool right now, what would you tell me that is the bare minimum to include? So we're gonna go with Josh and then Hugh.
I wish I had cold hard facts, but I just have general principles. One is obviously business accessibility. What accessibility means is going to determine what the tool looks like, but 508 compliance is, I think, is more than compliance, but it's good practice, and it's an equity issue. I think something we've all talked about is the ability to navigate and being aware. I think we all have a lot of data. How to make sure the data is not overwhelming and be able to. People want granular, detailed data, but not in a manner that is going to be just too much. So it needs to be able to be navigatable. And those are the two that come to mind. But what that actually means, it's going to be, again, dependent on the user. That's why we're having a discussion about human-centered design. What looks good for, my community here is going to look very different from the community at NAS. But I think those are the two that, I'll offer now.
I would say indispensable functionality for on the map would certainly be a powerful search in terms of geographic areas. Because the data is at the census block level, most users, whether you're an advanced user or a novice user, they're going to come in and you're going to have some geography in mind, whether it's a zip code or a congressional district or a county or a place, and it's got to be powerful enough to return and figure out if you just have a few characters wrong, if you misspell, we've got to be able to figure out what you're interested in and return those results. And then in terms of what we're returning for data, just the ability to return where workers live, where workers work, and then the connection between those two. That's the bread and butter of on the map. And we want to give users as many ways that is displayed as possible. So we want to provide that in a map. We provide it both as a, there's a point overlay. There's also a density overlay for workers per square mile. We want to provide that information in a table, in a variety of different charts. And we want it to be able to be exported to a bunch of formats, whether it's PDF or shape files. I think another thing that's really important is speed. And I think we ran into that a few years ago where we fleshed out the functionality and added a whole bunch of widgets, and we were very excited for this release, and we pushed it out, and it was just frustratingly slow. And it didn't matter how cool the application was, how interesting the work was, it was too slow. And so, you've got to be able to give users results quickly, or they're going to get frustrated and they're not going to really care. So we had to burn that down and start again and come up with a better solution on the back end. So I'd say those are the really important parts of our tool.
About the bare minimum functionalities for designing my own data dissemination tool. Go ahead, Kanin.
Yeah, definitely echoing the performance. We definitely need a really robust index in data.census.gov. And then also kind of going with those tenets of not wanting to just give people tables, being able to have some options and flexibility. We know people like mapping. We know people like visualizations. Definitely gets the novices in, as opposed to, some of the experts might wanting something that like a table display that they're very used to, or just to download it themselves. So definitely, yeah, the robust index and then the search. And then we really feel that there's options that are available with single estimates are really kind of the bread and butter of what we work on.
So yeah, I think maybe the search bar, I've only seen it in data.census.gov. And I don't know if this is because also like how the proportion of the general public that might be interested in the type of data that is disseminated through data.census.gov. And I want to know, this is a specific question for you, Kanin, how difficult is it to improve on the search algorithm? I know that, for example, most novice users that I had experience with, they just want to see the one number and they want to just enter natural language and get the one number.
Right.
So I want to know how, we have this gold standard, right? That is Google, that is something is quick, is fast, and you get really good options for the results. How difficult is to implement this functionality in a data dissemination tool? And I don't mean just looking for words within the content that is displayed. I mean searching information in all the data available in the tool.
Right.
How difficult is it to implement it?
Right. And I'm probably the only one that thinks this, but I've always thought that when I started working with Census Bureau search, that Google has it easy because they don't go down to the finer crosses that we have within our specifics of our data, that really, when we start getting 3 and 4 level crosses, that's not necessarily what you're Googling. And so that makes it really difficult. People are used to Googling something and getting exactly what they want. But, they Google something like we talked about the, poverty. What's supposed to come back? We have multiple surveys that discuss poverty. If we put, one in, someone else would be upset, or, so there's always something that right now our search is linear, which, I wish that it was different and you had multiple things that are coming back, but right now being linear, that's definitely an issue, because something has to trump another thing, has to trump another thing. And so even something like total population, when you're bringing back numbers, what do we go to now? Decennial was the hot ticket. If we're in 23, are we going to pop estimates? Are we going to, at what point in pop estimates doesn't have everything and then we go to ACS, or do we just go back to decennial? So there's a lot of those kinds of questions about, and also, a lot of things are so based on faceted filters, the tagging things with topics and going to something like health insurance crossed with poverty. And what comes back, you might hope that the table you want comes back, but that table may come back as number 93 of 300 different tables that come back. And what rises to the surface, sometimes you hit the mark, but a lot of times it depends. You're trying to hit that most people, because you're never going to get for everyone. But yeah, those are some of the definitely some obstacles with trying to hit everything. And as you know, we've had hit and misses with our search, and we're trying different things from entity recognition. We're now trying neural networks to try to just expand as much as we can. But it's difficult when we have a small sector of what everybody in the world is looking for, but then we have a lot of data over those specific topics. And the things that we may be collecting, like fertility data, is not necessarily the fertility data that the rest of the world or most people may be coming in to look for. And so we have very specific data about certain topics that may not hit the mark for everything. So it's definitely a work in progress. But yeah, we think it's worth it, because in the end we think search is the way to go, that people are so used to Google, but hitting that with just the level of data has definitely been a challenge that we're still working on.
Yeah, Karin, I didn't mean to put you in the spot. I think there is an amazing functionality, and I know it's a very, very challenging process.
No, it's good. No, Alda and I have gone round and round about how to make search better from our usability. So no, I'm good. I agree. I think it's the pivotal part of it, and we're just trying to hit that sweet spot. And some days it it works and some days it doesn't, but we're hoping every day we're getting a little better.
Josh, and then Matt.
Well, I wanted to state what I think is the obvious, but has been implied, is that the opposite of human-centered design is that the technical solution or something else is driving the end product. So I think that if the users are saying this is what I really want, they're going to lay down the gauntlet, which is the challenge, but that's the innovation. Is like, how do we get to that approach? And the design part is one aspect, but obviously we've talked about APIs and the other infrastructure that's required. And sometimes the technical solution is prescribed to us, right? When it comes to IT security and privacy, that those are pretty hard parameters. But the fun part about participating in this discussion and this panel is that we're putting the user up front, as opposed to saying, well, here's how we're going to do it, and the user is going to meet us where we are. And this is a very different approach, where we're saying we're going to meet the user where they are. And that's the exciting part.
Yeah, I was going to call back to the question about search. And very much sympathize with the challenge that Kanine and Sudsai have in terms of getting a natural language search to work properly. But I also want to contrast it sort of with the sort of really focused approach that we have in our tool, because for and in a way this is parallel to some of the challenges that I think data.census.gov has. For us, search on geography is just the very first step, because loads is not a data set that really works well with the one number syndrome, as I call it. There isn't a top line number. It just doesn't exist. You could say employment in the country, but we have a bunch of different measures of employment, and it's best to go look at one of our sister data products to get those numbers out. What we're talking about are these disaggregated geographical queries. And so for us, it's step one is like, which area of the country do you care about? Then we can start leading you into a process by which you specify just enough for us to give you an answer back. And we try and lead users down that path to get to a specification, because if we just, especially novice users, if we bring them in cold, they won't even know what to specify. And so I think it's search for us has a slightly different meaning depending on the usage in the tool and what the data product needs itself.
Right, and then like we were saying, right, like the consumers of the data that is available on the map is social niche data compared to what's available at data.census.gov. I agree. Okay, so for my next question, I would like each of the panel members to tell me a short story about a challenge, a solution, an anecdote, or anything that you wish to share with the session today about designing a data dissemination tool, either a general data dissemination tool or specific for federal data. I'm going to give you a minute to think about your story, and I'm going to see if we have any questions from the audience. Okay. We have a question specifically for Matthew. Matthew, Jennifer wants to know if a user comes to you looking for the wrong data, like national employment number, for instance, how do you get them to the right place to answer their question? It's a broader questions about how we connect users to the data they want from wherever they are asking the question.
That's a great question, and I have a terrible answer. We don't. Because I think in a way, that question is just the inverse of getting them to the right place. To know that they're in the wrong place, you need to know vaguely what the right place is. And if you end up at our tool, if you end up on the map, hopefully you've been guided there by someone who knows, like, hey, this would be a good fit, and it's just, you know, maybe has demonstrated to you. But if you end up there randomly, good luck at this point. Unfortunately, we don't have a great way to, I mean, there is some description on the front. It's not as good as it will be one day here, but you may need some trial and error to determine this isn't for you, and then we don't have guidance to tell you where else to go. Now, I will say that the Census Bureau in general has done more work on this front and has pages that are organized by concept and try and help guide users to the right data products. But it's a challenge, especially as Kanine has mentioned a number of times, that we have sometimes multiple measures for the same concept with slight variances in coverage or definition. And it's not easy. And I wouldn't say that we are doing within the On the Map tool, we are not doing a good job of that right now.
Thank you very much, Matt, for addressing Jennifer's question. Okay. Oh, there's a comment from Josh too, for Matt specifically.
Oh, the prompt engineering. Yeah, I think this was on the side, but yeah, in a way, what we did with On the Map, and this approach, I mean, I think the approach we use now probably had been roughly finalized by 2011 or 2012, maybe not in its exact form, but pretty close. And I think with some follow-up applications we've built, we've had where we've had equivalent challenges of guiding users into a complex data set. We have a better conceptualization of the challenges of engineering prompts to get users into those data. We have a data product called job-to-job flows, which is also an origin destination data set, but one that's in time between jobs when a employee leaves a job and goes on to another job. We ask questions like, do they change geographies? Do they change industries? How do their earnings change? Those kinds of things. But again, there is no top line statistic for this data set. It is a very granular data set for which you have to provide lots of specifications to get an answer. And I think we have done a much better job in our exploration tool for that data set of providing guidance into there by asking very simple questions. And it's essentially, we've broken down into 2 steps. Do you want this thing or this thing, and then do you want these other options? And then you're dropped into a dashboard from which you can get to any part of the data set. So, yeah.
So I don't see any hands raised for sharing a story, an anecdote, or something. Okay, we have one. We have Jeff and then Jean. Jeff, Jean, Kanin, Josh.
Sure.
Oh,
Sure,
wow.
I'll start. So I think I'll start maybe a little bit of a fun story, but so we only started doing real structured usability evaluations about halfway through the life cycle of our tool so far. And I think one of the most exciting experiences that we got out of that was being able to have the development team, the people that are actually writing the code, doing the day-to-day work, sit and watch real users use our tools. And after the meeting or even during the usability evaluation session, I remember having chats with my team and going, why are they using it that way? Oh, like, you learn so much from really watching people and thinking through their process and hearing from users. It was a little bit of a humbling experience to think like, oh, well, we know what we're doing. We've spent all this time designing these tools, and to see someone just do it completely backwards, at least in our in our thought process, was a little humbling, but it was really exciting. And I think it gave us a lot of energy to really want to improve our tools and think about getting users involved. So that's just something that I would say if people are considering doing these usability evaluations or bringing that into your development process, you may be humbled a little bit. You may think, well, I know the best way to do it. I've been doing this for however many years, but users will surprise you. And that's I think the fun part about it. It's kind of exciting to have that as a new development challenge.
Thank you very much, Jeff, for sharing. No, sorry. Josh, go ahead.
The 2 that come to mind is 1, you treasure, these are my opinions, you treasure what you measure. So if producing something useful is of value, then investing in measuring usefulness should be a priority as well. And there's a qualitative side, then there's the ongoing quantitative side as well. So we're going to invest in a new feature. How do we know that feature is meeting its expectation at launch and then throughout its life cycle? And then when does it need to be tweaked? So that goes throughout the whole dissemination cycle. And then and then understanding the value of different features. Not everything should be a dashboard. Not everything could be a full-blown data visualization. Internally, I'll share the discussions that I've had is there's a value of the plain generic report, because the report does some of the things that we've talked about here. Is where do you find that specific estimate that someone may be looking for? The report brings the attention and the headline and the report title, right? brings that attention there, while a broader data dissemination tool puts all the information on the same level, and which may make it more difficult to find a specific estimate. So figuring out what tool is the right fit for different purposes is part of, bigger human-centered design, but part of the strategy discussion.
Go ahead. And then Brian.
All right. I love stories like Jeff's. As a UX researcher, I love to hear that usability tests are compelling and motivating for people, and I think that they can be. And my sort of challenge kind of follows up on that, which is finding the right users for the usability tests. For the Occupational Outlook Handbook, some of our users were under 21, and so there are special considerations for testing with younger folks. And also recruiting, how do you recruit them? And recruiting teachers and guidance counselors turns out to be very difficult as well. So you have to sort of get creative about how you can, where you can look for people who might want to help out.
And I guess I'll just share, from my perspective on this all takes time and resources to do it right. But if you put the investment in there, it is pretty huge return when you start seeing those things actually work when users get in front of them. But I know we've had several, as Jeff mentioned, just kind of failed attempts. We thought we nailed it, and they go and run through the process, and it's just a complete failure, and the whole team's kind of down and blue about that just from all the hard work that went in. But then as you iterate in the processes and you see it actually be successful, like the highs there are so much better than those first failures out of the gate. I think from a lot of what I was doing too is briefing leadership on their investment in this, and like I said, with that time and resource investment, that's a key message too, because they see the first something new and they're excited about it, and then have to tell them, no, wait, we're shutting that down because it didn't work. Those are tough conversations, and just kind of laying the groundwork for that hey, this may not be perfect, and it's going to take several times through to maybe get it perfect is important to share.
Thank you, Brian. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, I guess in terms of story, I guess it's rooted in the thinking. I think I started saying this at the very beginning, about the value of the data, and honoring the value of the data and trying to understand the public's need for that value and get the value into their hands. And I talk about value because we're often talking about tables, and I think tables is probably the wrong thing to be talking about. Tables can be useful, can be helpful, but what we should be talking about is the value in the data. And the specific story that speaks to this is that when I came to Census, I was coming out of an urban planning program. And so for quite a few years, when there was still travel funds, I would go to the American Planning Association conference and stand on the exhibit floor and talk about on the map to whoever I could yank in to the booth. And urban planners are great. They're my people, and because they like to use data, they like to know about the data, they like maps, and so I would pull them into the booth and I would just do a quick demo of on the map. And for many of those years, the first word that came out of their mouths was "wow," and that was like yes, you have gotten this. You see where this is going. And then there was a small group of people who were like, why didn't I know about this 6 months ago when I spent $20,000 of our city's money paying someone else to give me this? Like, yeah, I'm getting it from you for free. And I'm like, well, you pay taxes, so you are paying for it. But yes, you don't have to pay extra to get it from us. And so I think that, to me, spoke to the fact that we were on the right track at that point, in terms of both honoring the value of this data we were trying to pull out of this large administrative record data set, and getting it into the hands of people who could use it. Now, Is it in the hands of everyone who could use it? No, but that was one niche group that I know we hit squarely on the head.
Thank you very much, Matt, for that anecdote. I think that is a great point. At some point during different ability evaluations, sometimes I have heard users saying that they actually, I know that they know their company goes out and pays for a service that provides the data that our federal agencies are supposed to disseminate for free, right? It's just that sometimes I guess we don't make it as easy to get the data that they prefer to go and pay for someone to go and do the hard work. Thank you very much for that comment. I really appreciate it. Let me see. Give me just 1 second to check that we don't have any questions from the audience or anyone has a hand raised. No. Okay. All right. So we are almost at the end of this session. So I'm just going to ask one last question to the panelists. I want to know, what do you know now that you wish you knew before you started working on your respective projects? So I guess this is a little bit of a summary. If you had if you were thinking about one of the stories that I wanted you to share, what I want you to do is pretty much like a summary. What do you know now that you wish you knew before you started this project? Go ahead, Candine.
I think the biggest thing for me is just how much is involved in the back end of creating the data, of indexing the data, of just the data management, not just the index part, but also the delivery, getting things in the API in a very different situation than people are used to, not just the data, but then also adding metadata. All of those things take time, and a lot of the things that we discuss in usability or people talk about that they would like to change, they're not small changes. I wish it was, please move that button from the top to the bottom and then I'd be happy. But no, it's more like, help, I'd like improved search algorithm, or how about if we could, change the filter panel and maybe redesign all the topics, or change how all of our iterated data or all of our code base data are changed. And all of that takes a lot of time. And as many developers as we only have a set that's working on this back end, and how much they get kind of backlogged because their jobs are not as easy as maybe I use easy very lightly, but as something that may be moving things around in a UI versus really changing, substantive changes to the system. And, that causes some backlog where, we'd like to be further along in our, and 6.5 years ago when I started, I thought we would be in a much different place. I don't necessarily know if it was better or worse. It's just different because we've had to account for all of this other back end work that we need to do. So I guess that would be mine, is just be a little bit more more realistic in how much that data management and releases.
And Matt seconds everything that you are saying. Go ahead, Hugh.
I think for me, I would have loved to have had some more formal training, or have someone on the team that could have helped with plain language. I think is something that we had a challenge with. And I think just for us, we were coming up with a lot of these new concepts and ideas, and creating this analysis process, and talking about commute sheds and lead sheds and labor sheds, and I feel like we struggled a little bit with making sure that the language we're using translates across a variety of these different user groups that we've talked about, and user expertise levels. And I think we could have saved some trouble, I think, if we would have had a little bit more expertise on that from the beginning. And I think the other thing would probably be that it's okay to push out, new ideas, to try something new, and to, we have all these templates and these things that you read in a book, and you see what everyone else is doing, but it's okay to push the boundaries. And I think we can expect users to learn, and we can be educators on in teaching users about how this new way of looking at the data or this new way of developing or disseminating and visualizing the data. I think that it's okay to push as long as you're receiving feedback and iterating on that.
Kanin, did you want to add something, or is your hand raised from before? Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Anyone else who wish to share what they know now that they wish they knew before they started working with the data dissemination tool? Go ahead, Josh.
The end product, if it's going to be sustainable, it needs to be nimble, because humans are going to have different opinions over time, and the system has to change with their opinions. Unless it's not an issue of scope creep or bad requirements. It needs to be baked into the features. It needs to be baked into the system, being able to change, 5 years from now, that people have different tastes. So just bake that into the process, so that it's flexible and grows with different attitudes.
Okay, we don't have any questions from the audience or any hands raised. All right. Well, I just want to thank again everyone for joining this session. I'm going to go ahead now and share with you my conclusion. So for designing data dissemination tools for federal survey requires constant improvement. An agile framework is the most efficient approach, which may involve testing and improving between releases, as opposed to started getting the user as early as the discovery stage. There's many potential avenues to incorporate the feedback to the development process. I heard that the panelists have implemented focus groups and usability evaluations mainly. However, incorporating the feedback to the actual development process requires large amounts of resources, which may be the main challenge. Thank you very much to all panel members for sharing your time and your experience with us. I think this was a lot of useful information, great insights, some things that I haven't considered before. Thank you for sharing the anecdotes and all your points of view. For the audience members, thank you very much for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed this session. One more thing before we leave. Okay, I'm going to start sharing my screen again, just in case anyone from the audience wants to take a look at the data dissemination tools that we discussed today. So I'm going to share information if you want to get the links. Otherwise, thank you very much for accompanying us today, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. This is session 4, track A, data collection challenges and modernizations. I want to let everyone know that attendees are all in listen mode only. The session is being recorded and will be posted publicly. If you have any objections, you may disconnect at this time. We'll answer questions at the end of the 4 presentations. You may post questions during the presentations, but we'll answer the questions after all 4 presentations are completed. And we're going to get right into it. Our first presenter is Heather Sawyer, who's a research scientist here at NORC.
Hey, everyone. So the presentations in this panel are all based on the Survey of Consumer Finances. So I wanted to first take a few minutes to give you some information about the study. The Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System funds the Survey of Consumer Finances, which has been conducted every 3 years since 1983. NORC has collected these data since 1992. The study serves a really unique role in providing information about household finances by collecting data about the financial institutions respondents use, their assets, their liabilities, their employment history, retirement benefits, and demographics. We use a dual frame sample, which includes both an area probability sample and a list, which includes an oversample of people with high wealth. And these data inform policy on a broad range of topics that impact the lives of all Americans. So the following presentations discuss data collection challenges and modernizations on the Survey of Consumer Finances. So with that background, I will now turn to the first presentation, my presentation, which is entitled The Challenges of Household Composition and Dynamics in Collecting High Quality Data. Let me pull up my slides. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so presentation overview. My presentation is broken into sort of 5 broad parts. So the first couple sections, I'm going to talk about household complexity and survey research. Then I'll look at the household and data quality on the Survey of Consumer Finances, sort of as a case study. We'll then turn to look at some processes that we use on the Survey of Consumer Finances for capturing household complexity. And then we'll turn to looking at the contexts that we provide for capturing household complexity and the role of culturally responsive research. And then I'll end with looking ahead. Okay, so introduction to the problem. So household level survey research often relies on mapping the household and rostering its members to collect standardized data. This leads to inherent tension between the complexities of real-world household arrangements and the need to make these arrangements legible for research purposes. So the goal of this presentation are to examine why understanding household complexity is a key component of high-quality data in household surveys, to demonstrate how the research team on the Survey of Consumer Finances has addressed the challenges of household complexity through a series of culturally responsive research trainings for field interviewers. And then sort of looking big picture, we would also like to provide a roadmap for other household surveys striving to better navigate household complexity. Okay, so a little background on households and survey research. So at a really sort of basic level, how do social scientists understand the household? So first they think of it as a social construct. And what this means is it's something that's created through human action and meaning. It's not just something that's objectively out there. Ideas about the household stem from assumptions about how humans live and work. Typically, it's defined as a single housing unit and its inhabitants. But it's important to point out that that doesn't always coincide with the kinship or the family unit. In the US, we understand the household largely based off of the nuclear family. So the nuclear family is positioned as the center of responsibility and financial planning. And then this understanding of the household is really reinforced by a lot of cultural norms shaping finance, law, and policy. Okay, so why is the household important in survey research? So the household provides a standard sampling unit and basis for comparing data. So respondents are often identified through 2 stages. So first, there's usually a random sampling of dwelling units. Once that dwelling unit has been selected, one person will get selected to do an interview. But it's important to really think through who provides the information because that often matters quite a bit. And depending on the study, there are various approaches used. So for example, opinion questions, you really want to be very specific about who you're selecting to answer questions, whereas fact questions about like a household, it might be a little less important. And then there's also household surveys versus individual surveys, which I'm going to get into in just a moment. Okay, so for some background, what are some approaches used to select survey respondents within a household? So I have a little sampling here. So the general social survey, the way that they approach this is they roster all adults in the household over 18. Then they perform random selection to pick the respondent. This is called the Kish method. The National Social Life, Health, and Aging Project. Most recently, they leveraged existing household rostering in a partner study to then select an adult in a really specific age range and meeting certain criteria. And then the National Survey of Fishing, Hunting, and Wildlife Associated Recreation. On this study, we allow any adult in the household to participate. This is really just based off of their availability and willingness to do so. Okay, so household surveys are distinct in that they collect information about the entire household, not just a member of that household. So household surveys typically then designate one household member as a principal person to whom individuals are linked and their relationships get coded. Depending on the study, this person could be called various things such as the head of household, householder, person one, or the reference person. And one really important thing to point out is that this principal person is not typically defined by objective criteria, but relies on self-identification by a member of the household. We're going to get into that, dig in a little deeper later on. So because of this, there can be divergence between a study's interpretation of who a principal person should be and a household's interpretation of who they think the principal person should be. Household surveys present challenges in identifying the principal person and rostering the household due to social complexities. So for example, if we look at household arrangements in the United States, there's really been a move away from a more traditionally defined head of household that you might think of from the 1950s. This isn't a new issue, but it's really intensified with demographic shifts over the past several decades. So, you know, since the 1950s, more women have entered the workforce. There's been a rise in same-sex couples. And then overall, we just see fewer nuclear families. So there's more single person, single parent, and non-family households than before. There are also things to consider like migration and cultural diversity in family arrangements. So we see in the United States with a lot of new migrant families, they typically sort of arrange themselves in extended families. That's 2 or more generations living in a household. And then there's also diverse economic strategies. So we could think about expanded families. These are families that include near relatives, and people often do this to pool resources when they're scarce. And then there's also informal economic activities in the gig economy. And then, of course, most recently, we've seen impacts on the household from COVID. So this has really shaped our workforce and household arrangements. Okay, so turning now to the household and its relationship to data quality on the Survey of Consumer Finances as our case study. So on the SCF, a household is divided, unit is divided into a primary economic unit. This is called the PEU, and we consider this to be the family, and then there's sort of everyone else in the household. So the SCF is a household financial survey, and because of this, financial relationships between members of the household are really important for us to understand. On the SCF, the PEU is intended to be the economically dominant single person or couple. This is regardless of if they're married or just living together as partners. And then we also include all other persons in the household with whom they're financially interdependent. So unlike some other government studies, the SCF considers the PEU the family, not the entire household. And mapping the PEU can reveal divergent understandings of household relationships and roles. So the PEU is typically mapped by first identifying the head of household, and then, like I described earlier, we then code all of the relationships to that person. But because the head of household is reliant on self-identification, there can sometimes be a mismatch between the mapping of the household in this primary economic unit between what a respondent reports and then sort of how the field interviewer codes that. And it's important to point this out because an interview with the wrong respondent makes a case invalid. So addressing differing understandings of household relationships is really important because high quality data relies on a standardized approach to rostering the household. The SCF mitigates the challenges of household complexity in 2 main ways. So first, we have established processes and structures to capture complexity. So we have intensive field interviewer training prior to data collection. We have a lot of job aids and materials for field interviewers. And then the survey instrument itself is also set up to capture complexity. And then the second approach we use are newly developed training modules and culturally responsive research. So what these are is they're social science concepts regarding household diversity. And we use these to contextualize household arrangements that field interviewers might encounter. And to more effectively leverage the established processes and structures I mentioned just up above. Okay, so digging a little deeper, I'm going to look briefly at some of the processes that we use for navigating household complexity on the SCF. So selecting the proper respondent is discussed at length in field interviewer training. You can see here, this is a screen grab from one of our animated training videos. And in these videos, we have modules on the PEU, the concept of the head of household, and processes for respondent identification. We also have a dynamic paper screener that walks interviewers through identifying the respondent. So this is, again, is a screen grab from one of our animated training videos. You can see to the left is a picture of our actual hard copy paper screener. So this is laminated and it flips, and you can see it walks field interviewers through the entire process of identifying the proper respondent. So they have a little script for an introduction, they confirm the address, identify the head of household, and then it gives them instructions on what to do if there is no head of household. The SCF instrument is also designed to capture household complexity while ensuring a consistent data collection process. So this is a screenshot of the actual instrument. A series of questions rosters household members and maps their relationships. So this is a family that I just made up, but I did this to demonstrate sort of the range of diversity that we can capture within households. So you can see in this family, the respondent is a 39-year-old female living with a partner. Her partner is a 37-year-old female who's never been married, but they do share finances. There's an 8-year-old male child in the household who's financially dependent on that couple. There's a parent who lives in the household who's a widowed 65-year-old female. She lives there and she's also financially dependent on that couple. And then there's a cousin who's a female, 28, divorced, and she lives there, but she's actually financially independent. So you can see through this process, we're able to map where the PEU is versus sort of the other members in the household and really account for everyone in that household. Okay, so now I want to turn to some context that we provide for navigating household complexity on the SCF and the role of culturally responsive research. So due to the importance of well-understood household relationships to data quality on the SCF, we've made a concerted effort to sensitize field interviewers to the range of household diversity they may encounter through this series of culturally responsive research training modules. The way that we've been implementing these is through our weekly project newsletter. We use videos, reflection activities, and text. And these training modules are focused on exploring the social and cultural elements of households and then how that specifically relates to their job on the SCF as field interviewers. And our goal is to sort of leverage our existing trainings and job aids and the survey instrument itself in more effective ways to capture complexity. So to date, training modules include the following topics. So we start out really broad and try and lay a foundation in social science concepts. So we start with what is culture? How does culture shape the household? What is culturally responsive research? Then we turn to some more specific modules that really impact their work. So we look at linguistic diversity across the US and link that back to, variation in how words are used. People might use different words for family members or define family in very different ways. We look at gender in the household, so things like who has access to records, who makes decisions. This one is a particular favorite of mine, cross-cultural definitions of a stranger. So, what people need to be thinking of as they're approaching unknown households. Ethnic diversity and family arrangements. We look at extended and expanded families. We also look at nonverbal communication. So things like, do you take off your shoes when you enter someone's home and other signs of respect? And then we also try and highlight, various religions and holidays and linking that back to when not to approach homes. Okay, so looking ahead, if we sort of zoom out to broader discussions, culturally responsive research encompasses topics such as who benefits from the research, who's represented in the research, how legitimate is the research to diverse perspectives, and how is the research initiated. So field interviewers play a unique role in initiating participation in many studies. Our goal is to continue to create opportunities for enhanced cultural responsiveness on the SCF, and to provide a framework for other household studies that have faced similar challenges so they can more effectively engage with diverse households. So in terms of next steps, we have plans in place to work with SCF field staff to assess existing trainings. So we want to look at what works, what needs revision. We also have plans in place to identify future training topics such as US racial diversity in the household and health in the household. And then overall, long-term, our goal is to establish a dynamic set of training modules to provide the necessary context for field interviewers to interpret household complexity so that we can continue to collect high-quality data, and also so that we can adapt quickly to emerging issues impacting households and survey research. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Heather.
Mhm.
Our next speaker is Callie Bear, who's a research associate here at NORC. It's all yours, Callie. You might be muted. There's a button down on the bottom where you can unmute.
Who is the next speaker? Is it
Callie.
Callie's trying to speak now? Okay.
Looks like Callie is still muted though.
There you go. Callie, you there?
Sorry about that. Share my screen first and then I. So I'll go ahead.
Yeah, if you want to speak as loud as you can. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, will do.
That's better.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining myself and my team today to learn about and from the 2022 Survey of Consumer Finance. I will be covering field interviewer engagement in a virtual environment, specifically our field interviewer training process. I will first give a general overview of what field interviewer training looked like prior to the 2022 round of the SCF. I will walk you through our thought process and plan for the initial transition to a completely virtual training. Based on the first 6 cohorts from our original plan, I will discuss the challenges we came across and the reiterations to later cohorts to address those challenges. And finally, I will go over our team's biggest takeaways and how we would plan trainings in the future based on this new knowledge. Before we dive into the virtual nature of 2022, it's helpful for everyone to have an idea of what training has looked like for this project for at least a couple decades prior. We should note that we put a large amount of time and effort into training our field interviewers because of how important we know it is to project success. One of the main reasons we bring everyone together is for team building, to build rapport and camaraderie at all levels of staff, between our field interviewers and their field managers, between field interviewers and our central office staff, and between the field interviewers themselves. We know that building trust is foundational to good teamwork throughout the project. We also know that our field interviewers want to understand the why of the survey. As they learn the project thoroughly and understand its importance, we want them to see their part in the larger picture and have a sense of pride and ownership over the data they collect. Another reason to put time and effort into a thorough training is to ensure that all field interviewers receive the same information. When our training team runs each cohort, we can ensure consistency and know that everyone is starting off on the same right foot. In line with information is the importance of data quality. We know our data quality will be consistent when field interviewers receive consistent communication and information from our central office team. Here is just a glimpse of what our trainings looked like prior to the 2022 round. We would have one cohort come in of about 50 to 70 people at a time and have them for a whole week. We would rent out a large conference space and plenty of hotel rooms in a hotel close to our main office and local airport. Everyone would share breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. Training would be from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and there would be additional evening sessions after dinner. We would almost quite literally eat, sleep, and breathe the survey of consumer finance. I don't know about you, but just seeing that picture makes me jump a little bit after the past few years that we have been through. I'm sure it has been a while since any of us have been in a room that looked quite like that. Here we are all over WebEx. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and continual efforts to maintain quality and cost, we went remote instead of in person for this round of training. This was the first time this project was going to have any aspect of virtual training, so we knew we had to do some research into best practices. We gathered information from 3 main sources: what we knew from in-person training, what we were told from other NORC teams who had completed some virtual trainings, and what we learned from a hired adult learning consultant. You can see some of our gathered best practices on this slide. For example, keeping virtual sessions to around 60 minutes in length, though literature varies from suggesting 45 to 90 minutes. I'll give you another few seconds to read some of our high points. Based on our gathered best practices, we decided to use the following tools. Absorb is a learning management system that helped us address our plan for a blended virtual training. We use this tool for both independent and group activities, and it helped provide our field interviewers with a high-level overview of the whole training, as well as break down the bite-sized pieces of each day. Here is what the main training page looked like in Absorb. Again, you can see each day broken down, and it breaks down further when you click into Resume or Enroll for each individual day. Articulate is an e-learning platform and where we designed our independent virtual training sessions. This tool gave us numerous method and media options for learning and engagement. Here are just some examples of what we were able to use. We had multiple narrated videos with their guide to the project, as Heather showed us a few pictures earlier. We used tools like flashcards to keep the screen from being too boring with just black text on a white background. We had back and forth scenarios where field interviewers could do some digital role playing by choosing from a list of responses to a potential survey respondent. And at the end of each lesson, we also had a knowledge check, which was essentially a quiz to gauge how trainees were following along with the material. I'm sure we're all familiar with Zoom at this point, the video conferencing tool. We addressed our best practices by using Zoom for group activities limited to about 60 minutes at a time and keeping small groups to 10 people maximum for a breakout room, though we normally tried to stay even smaller, around 7 or 8 field interviewers per breakout room. Here is an example slide from our group day PowerPoints on Zoom. We took advantage of annotations, chat, reactions, raising hands, and breakout rooms to keep trainees engaged. The final tool that we used was Microsoft Teams. Teams addressed our best practices by giving us space for communication amongst the larger group and amongst smaller groups and teams. Here is some examples of channels we had for specific tech and issues, as well as an example of a communication thread. Microsoft Teams also proved to be crucial for morale building throughout the survey. Our original plan for the first 6 cohorts of trainees was to alternate independent days and group days for 6 consecutive days and finishing with survey certification. Each day was scheduled to be about 4.5 hours of work. Of course, wouldn't it be nice if everything went according to plan? Our first 6 cohorts were a huge learning curve. As we were training our field interviewers, our staff was learning about virtual training, so we made some reiterations based on some of the challenges we came across. When we made the switch to fully remote, we knew that there would be some things that were inherent to in-person training that couldn't necessarily be replicated in a virtual environment. As many of us may have experienced, we can get a bit more distracted in our homes than in our offices. Virtual environments require much larger staff to cover the same amount of trainees. Interviewers don't get nearly as much time to bond and build camaraderie amongst themselves, formally or informally. There is also a lower commitment to the project. Previously, when an FI had gotten frustrated, we could talk to them one-on-one in person, and they felt more committed by flying out to be in the room with everyone. When we simply mailed field interviewers everything and they weren't in the room with the group, it was easier for them to step out of training and off the project. These things seem to be the nature of virtual training. While there are many pros to virtual training, this is what we knew we were giving up. There were challenges we came across we felt like we could address, however. Our first 6 cohorts gave us great feedback. We were able to create a better balance and timing of information, practice time, and individual touch points based on what they felt like they had enough of and not too much of. We realized it was harder to spot when an interviewer was disengaged over a computer than in person, when we only have tempered facial expressions and no body language to read. We made our breakout rooms smaller and used more engagement tools to ensure that everyone was engaged. To no one's surprise, it's also much harder to help with technology issues over technology itself. Originally, we had optional office hours and a different Zoom with our tech team. In later cohorts, we had our tech team join the first and second group day to help address any tech issues on the spot on top of the additional office hours. Another thing our trainees seemed to miss was the opportunity for one-on-one help, so we upped our staffing for the optional office hours and encouraged more outreach from our field managers to our field interviewer staff. With these changes, we made a different schedule for our 7th cohort. We put in more training days so our field interviewers had more time to practice and digest all of the information. We also had them on Zoom all day, even while they were doing their independent work, so we could address any questions right then and there. In some ways, our trainees found this attention helpful. In other ways, it was less flexible and harder to be on Zoom all day, every day. That brings us to our final cohort. We made the mornings all independent time and the afternoons all group time. We are getting to touch base every day without exhausting them by being on Zoom the whole day. We received the best feedback from this cohort of trainees, and our training staff thought this method worked the best from their perspectives as well. While we make no claims to have perfected a virtual training, with 8 cohorts and a few hundred trainees under our belt, we have learned quite a bit. Additional to the best practices we found in our initial research and preparation, we discovered some of our own. The blended model seemed to work the best to both have independent and group time, though we could never go without our daily check-ins. Having designated tech time in the beginning of training really helped throughout the rest of the training. The most engagement you can get, the better, and we always were focused on the importance of rapport building. That being said, we do still miss the value of in-person training when we go fully remote. Moving forward, we think a hybrid training provides the best of both worlds. While we are currently unsure what our client will request from us for the next round, our ideal training would look something like this. We found value in the virtual environment and want to keep some aspects of it. We would start with some independent and group work, letting everyone to work at their own pace and in their own environments in ways that work best for their own learning, while also creating space for touch points. We do think bringing everyone together provides opportunities and enhances training in ways we miss while fully remote. We would like to fly everyone in, perhaps just for a couple of days instead of a whole week, for some time team building, hammering out technical skills, and practicing interpersonal skills needed to be a successful field interviewer. We would finish with some additional blended work at home to finish initial training, as well as for continuous learning throughout the field period. By combining each of these aspects, we think we can create a training that is even better than the fully in-person option we used before 2022. Thank you again for joining this session, for your attention. My team and I are grateful to have shared our experiences and lessons learned with you.
Thanks, Callie. Next up is Jimmy Hertigan. Jimmy is a research associate at NORC.
Let me pull up my presentation. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. This presentation will be about data quality monitoring in the context of identifying falsified data for the Survey of Consumer Finances and the introduction of our ProofPoint for the 2022 FCF. So just to go over the agenda for today's presentation, first we'll be giving an introduction of the challenges and the goal of this presentation. We'll also be looking at the detection methods up to the beginning of the 2019 FCF cycle. I will also be looking at some of the falsification problems that we saw during 2019. And then we'll also be looking at the solution that we've implemented for the 2022 cycle, ProofPoint. And then we'll be looking ahead towards the future as to how we could utilize ProofPoint. So just an introduction to the problem. There are two problems concerning data quality. The first is that falsified data can come in many forms, which can offer challenges on how to find such information. And for large-scale surveys like the Survey of Consumer Finances, there needs to be a comprehensive framework to separate valid from invalid data, as well as enhancing data quality tools. So keeping these two difficulties in mind, the goal of this presentation will be to show that by examining lessons learned from previous cycles, outlining a set of metrics to filter cases through, and constructing a monitoring system based on those metrics, we can effectively detect falsification and become smarter and faster as a result. So just to emphasize how there's no one way falsified data can arise, there are different types of falsification that come in the form of one of these three. The first is that the format of survey questions can determine whether falsified actions are taken. This includes looking at filter branches, such as if a respondent responds to a question in a way where more questions are then asked, or often manipulated by the interviewer to shorten the interview. Also, according to our examinations of falsified data from the SCF 2019 survey, fewer missing answers and values were reported compared to valid data. A second aspect of falsification is the content of the questions could point to data that is falsified. And this involves specific topics such as behavior and attitudes of respondents, when combined with the format of survey questions, could be helpful to determine if data is falsified or not. And then a third common aspect of falsification is curbstoning. And this comes in the form of completely making up an interview when the interview is supposed to be taking place, and not doing interviews and then reporting them as refusals or unable to locate when in fact little to no effort was done to find the respondent. So looking at the detection methods at the beginning of the 2019 cycle, it's first important to lay out that there are multiple layers to the validation procedure. And starting at the bottom, there is what we understand to be the industry standard validation done by every major survey, which includes recontacting respondents to make sure that the actual person was interviewed. And so in addition to this, the SCF has always had a robust system. In addition to what's considered industry standard, our practice up through the middle of 2019 was having multiple methods, including have the first two cases of every field interviewer that did 2 or more interviews, plus 10% of every field interviewer's completed cases validated. Staff would also monitor the percentage of missing or refused dollar values. The economists from the Federal Reserve would also comment on every case submitted to them for any data quality concerns. And this is unique since it's incredibly rare for PhD economists to sift through every single case for large-scale surveys. But the SCF is very fortunate to have that. It was also important to review the length of interviews. The SCF usually takes between 1 to 2 hours to complete, and though interviews could be longer or shorter, if an interview took 30 minutes or less, it would raise suspicions. And finally, we utilized Benford's law to determine if information was falsified by interviewers. And then on top of what we've already done up through 2019 for the 2022 cycle, we would add ProofPoint, a quality assurance monitoring system, to our procedure. And I'll go into more detail on this later in the presentation. So looking at our falsification procedure during the 2019 cycle, we discovered most of our falsifiers later in the field period. In light of falsification taking place, additional steps were taken. This included looking at paradata, where administrative information gained from the survey was analyzed. And this included looking at missing phone numbers from our internal survey sources, looking at the record of calls or comments from the interviewer for a specific case. We also reviewed GPS coordinates from 2 different apps that each monitor different aspects of interviewer activity. We also looked at the signature from the respondent done at the end of the interview, and the CAPI data, or software used to conduct the interview, was analyzed as well, where we looked at things such as queue timings, any missing dollar values, and data quality flags, as well as feedback from the Federal Reserve. And so once the 2019 survey ended, we looked at any common characteristics between falsified cases, and we were able to find a few. And so just going off the first one, the first was that we were able to, was that survey times tended to be shorter when there wasn't a real interaction between the interviewer and the respondent. Secondly, field interviewers would take less time to complete the survey debrief, and their comments throughout the survey would be short. Field interviewers would also make it difficult to validate the survey by not having contact information for the respondent. And finally, field interviewers more often gave fewer missing answers compared to interviewers with valid data. And so all of this information was important in training a predictive model for the 2022 SCF and measuring its initial performance, as will be described later in this presentation. So in addition to our findings of falsified data, when we conducted a further investigation, we also found that some invalid cases had signatures without a defining characteristic. This can be seen when compared to cases with valid data. Now, it's important to note that, however, that respondent signatures alone could not identify valid versus invalid cases. Nonetheless, it did provide important secondary evidence to confirm our suspicions about some invalid cases. And so in light of the falsification discovered during the 2019 cycle, we decided a comprehensive falsification detection system was needed to supplement the existing validation process for the SCF. And this came in the form of a quality assurance dashboard called ProofPoint, which is built in SAS Visual Analytics. Within this dashboard, you can toggle between a summary of every interviewer, case details, and a map showing the field interviewer's location and activity. So looking at the interviewer summary component I just mentioned, this tab gave us a broad view of every case completed by the field interviewers. Some important information provided in this section included looking at the percentage of email addresses and phone numbers from respondents the interviewer was able to capture. Additionally, we were able to see how many cases from the field interviewer had been validated through email, phone, or by mail, and conduct a comparative analysis with other interviewers who had completed a similar number of cases. We could also see the average interview duration time, which proved vital if we noticed an interviewer had a relatively low time duration. Finally, an average falsification score was displayed that could be used to determine if an interviewer was a potential falsifier. I'll explain later what went into calculating this score. So in addition to the summary view, ProofPoint also provided a look at every case completed. While much of the information is similar to what is seen at the interviewer summary level, there are some differences. Instead of showing a percentage of emails or phone numbers recorded by the interviewer, it just shows if either one was captured for the case. The interview duration time is also displayed for every case. And this is critical because we could pinpoint which specific case had a low duration time and try to resolve it. We could also see the distance between an interviewer's activity and the respondent's home address. And this was very important because if a case was in person and ProofPoint indicated that it wasn't, we could quickly resolve it by seeing if the interviewer met the respondent at a public location or if something more nefarious was occurring. Additionally, we could see how a case had been validated and how. Finally, each case was given a falsification score, which helped us determine if there were certain interviewers we needed to pay more attention to. So as I previously mentioned, an important part of ProofPoint was the creation and calculation of a falsification score. I indicated earlier in the presentation that we found a certain set of characteristics for invalid data from the 2019 survey. So using that information, a team of data scientists developed a model to predict the probability of falsification. Once the model was constructed, we evaluated its performance. And as you can see, these four corners indicate how well the model performed. Top left and the bottom right were where the model got it right, and the other two corners where it didn't get it right. As you can see, the model did very well in predicting valid versus invalid data. It was able to correctly identify 82% of falsified cases and 96% of valid cases. When we implemented all the components from ProofPoint, the various metrics that I just outlined, plus the falsification score, demonstrated that the system has been effective in finding falsified data. However, improvements will make it stronger. First off, falsifiers were identified sooner compared to 2019. However, the falsification score had mixed results. Some falsified cases were identified using the score, though other invalid cases could not be detected. Discrepancies in GPS locating for in-person cases were easily highlighted and could be quickly investigated and resolved as well. ProofPoint has also been a valuable addition to the phone and mail validation efforts already in place. When reviewing cases that were being validated, we could look at valuable information in ProofPoint, such as how long the interview duration time was. If the case was conducted in person, we could see if the interviewer's GPS coordinates matched with the respondent's house address, as well as other useful information. And finally, the data from ProofPoint helped us understand the averages of field interviewers, including the percentage of email and phone numbers recorded, the average survey duration time, the percentage of cases that have been validated by phone, and keeping track of the field interviewers' activities as seen in this example on the left with the map of the interviewers' activities when conducting interviews. So when looking ahead, the main question we're asking ourselves is how can we take advantage of ProofPoint for the future? First, it'll be important to examine the falsification score and why it couldn't identify some falsified cases. As I noted previously, the details that inform the falsification score came from our observations of falsified data during the 2019 survey. Since there were certain cases that were not identified by the model, this suggests that the cases were invalid for reasons other than what it was trained to observe. So as a result, it would be a good idea to retrain the predictive model and make it stronger by getting a wider set of observations from ProofPoint, as well as information from the falsified data for this cycle that could be informative for future rounds. Certainly, there is no one way falsified data can arise, but by incorporating common themes surrounding invalid data, we can make the falsification score smarter and more effective. We will also need to consider how ProofPoint's data could work in tandem with the more ambitious validation procedure that was implemented during the 2022 cycle, which was validating 100% of cases after their completion. This was done late in the field period and after we increased incentives to respondents. ProofPoint is not meant to replace our validation procedures, but rather to build on our already comprehensive approach. How to better utilize such information will be critical for the future of the SCF and the quality of its data. In conclusion, we've shown the challenges of finding falsification as well as providing the very best data for large-scale surveys like the SCF. However, with the addition of a quality assurance monitoring system called ProofPoint, we've greatly enhanced our validation procedures, consequently become smarter and faster at detecting falsification. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Jimmy. Okay, our final presenter is Elias Casa, who is a research associate at NORC. And start yours, Elias. Elias, you are on mute. You'll want to unmute yourself.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, you're not in presentation mode yet, though. There you go. Perfect.
All right, so hello everyone. As part of a focus of this panel on data collection challenges within longitudinal households, surveys, this presentation will focus on the different ways in which incentives can be administered during these surveys and the challenges that can occur during this process. In particular, we'll focus on how these concepts apply to the 2022 round of the Survey of Consumer Finances. So for the agenda of today's presentation, we will begin with a discussion of history of incentives within the SCF overall. We will next discuss the process of redeeming incentives during the 2022 round of the SCF. We will then discuss the results of the addition of new incentive options for the 2022 round of the survey. And we will end the presentation with a discussion of what challenges were created with integrating these new options, the solutions we used to resolve these challenges, and the lessons that we've learned throughout this process. And so first, to give a history of incentives within the SCF, we need to begin with when we began to offer incentives at all. So the first time the SCF offered incentives at all was in our 2007 round. And this was $25 in either a cash or check format, depending on the mode of administration of the survey. In 2010 and 2013, we increased this amount to $50, again, in cash or check, depending on how the survey was administered. However, after this round, while we had a suspicion that increasing the incentive amount offered would help us reach a wider range of demographics, we wanted to be able to empirically back this up. And so in order to do so, in 2014, we conducted an experiment that was essentially a smaller version of the SCF administered amongst higher income potential respondents. And this experiment indicated that an increased incentive could help us reach demographics that have been traditionally hard to reach for this survey in particular, since it is dealing with complex financial information, such as whiter, more male, and wealthier respondents. And because of this, for the 2016 and 2019 rounds of the SCF, we increased our monetary post-incentive to $75 in cash with an additional $5 pre-contact incentive. However, when we were conducting the 2019 SCF, we encountered some challenges which encouraged us to maybe want to approach incentives differently for the next round. In particular, we wanted to avoid the possibilities of an increased safety risk for field interviewers and an increased number of falsified cases that past studies have shown might be increased with larger cash payments and surveys. Additionally, as the 2022 round of the SCF was conducted during the COVID-19 pandemic, we needed to add incentive measures that allowed for greater amounts of social distancing between respondents and interviewers. We increased the amount of interviews during the 2022 round that were conducted by telephone. However, we still needed to keep social distancing in mind for in-person interviews as well. So to combat these challenges for the 2022 round of the SCF, we worked for the first time with a third party to provide incentives. And the incentives offered included many different pre-contact incentives, which ranged from $5 to $15, and a $75 post incentive that could be redeemed from either a physical or virtual Visa card, a direct bank deposit, a virtual gift card from Target, Lowe's, Amazon, or Walmart, or, if necessary, the traditional cash and check methods. This presentation in particular will focus on the $75 post incentive and what the effects of adding new incentive redemption methods were. So next, I'd like to go into what the incentive redemption process was like from the perspective of the interviewers administering this process and the respondents. And so to facilitate the redemption of incentives using our new options, we worked with our IT team to create an app called the Respondent Fee app. And this app was used by field interviewers after every interview. It would run a questionnaire, first showcasing the image on the left, which asked for the particular incentive amount that the respondent was eligible for. Then, as shown on the right, the field interviewer would select the particular incentive type that the respondent requested after taking the survey. And after this was done, the respondent would receive an email with further instructions on how to redeem their particular incentive. And we encouraged interviewers to exclusively offer digital payment options to respondents. However, if interviewers felt like it was appropriate to offer cash or check, on a discretionary basis, they could do so. And this was a compromise between our operational needs and our analytical desires. And we will note this limitation throughout the graphs in our presentation. Additionally, we would provide cash and check if a respondent specifically denies receiving any digital options. And if this was the case, we would honor the reason as to why cash or check was needed. We would honor this and we would document it in our respondent app. And additionally, we would use cash or check payments if a respondent encountered errors with their digital payment that we were unable to fix. So next, I'd like to go into what the results of these additional incentive options were. So in this chart, we can see that of the respondents who selected a digital payment, their preference was in order: e-gift cards at 25% of all respondents, virtual Visa cards at 16% of all respondents, physical Visa cards at 15% of all respondents, and lastly, direct deposits at 12% of all respondents. And this lines up with ongoing research that so far indicates that when given the choice between e-gift cards and physical gift cards, respondents may be most likely to prefer e-gift cards. And although cash and checks technically have the greatest number of respondents who use them, it is important to note that respondents only received cash or checks if the interviewer felt it was appropriate to offer them to that specific respondent, a respondent declined receiving any digital options, or they had an issue with their digital options that we were unable to resolve, as noted earlier. Next, I would like to showcase how many of our interviews overall had any respondent fee issues and compare it to the amount of interviews that did not have issues. And so in this chart, we can see that 89% of interviews were conducted without any respondent fee issues whatsoever, and only 11% of interviews had any respondent fee issues. And this showcases that although not every interview had a smooth process of incentive redemption, the overwhelming majority of our interviews did. Next, I'd like to take a look at our total amount of incentive issues split up by incentive type. And in this chart, we can see that physical Visa cards had the most issues at 30% of all issues, followed by e-gift cards making up 21% of all issues, virtual Visa cards at 20% of all issues, direct bank deposits at 16% of all issues, and lastly, cash and checks at 13% of all issues, although, as noted before, not everyone received this option. The process of redeeming a physical Visa card was the most complex out of all of our incentive options, creating more opportunities for respondents to encounter issues. Therefore, it makes sense that it made up the highest percentage of our total respondent fee issues. The process of redeeming an e-gift card and a virtual Visa card was similarly complex from the perspective of the respondents. However, it makes sense that there were more issues with e-gift cards because there was a much higher overall usage of e-gift cards compared to virtual Visa cards. Direct deposits were fairly simple to redeem from the end of the respondents, and cash and checks were the easiest to redeem on the respondents' end, although not everyone received this option. And finally, for this section, we thought it would be interesting to examine the relationship between age, incentive type, and incentive redemption issues. And so as we can see here, the median age of all respondents was 52 years old, and the median age of all respondents that reported an issue was 58, 6 years older. The median age of respondents who reported an issue for every incentive type was higher than the median age of people who chose that incentive type. So as we can see here, the median age of people who chose a virtual Visa was 44, compared to a median age of those who reported an issue, which was 54. And then for direct deposit, it's 45.5 compared to 55. E-gift cards is 51 compared to 58. Cash and checks, it's 57 compared to 58. And a physical Visa, it's 59 compared to 62. And in addition, when we look at the median ages per incentive type, we can see that older respondents gravitated more towards the physical options of either a physical Visa card or cash or check if it was offered to them, while younger respondents gravitated more towards the digital options of a virtual Visa, direct deposit, or an e-gift card. And this lines up with what recent literature, such as the 2022 Diary of Consumer Payment Choice, has to say about general payments, which is that younger people have less of a preference for cash and checks in these general payments. And in particular, we can see that the median age of all respondents who received a cash or check as an incentive was higher than the median age of all respondents who received any digital option. And in this case, the oldest median age for anyone who received the digital option was 51. And this is likely due to an interviewer effect, as well as the respondent preference. And we believe that there was an interviewer effect because since it was at the discretion of the interviewers to offer cash or checks a lot of the time, we believe our field staff were less likely to offer these to younger respondents because their experience indicated that younger respondents would prefer a virtual payment option. So next, I would like to go into what some of the challenges we faced during the process of administering these new incentive options were. So one big challenge we faced this round when administering our new incentive options was the reliance on a third party. In the past, when we exclusively used cash and checks, we had most of the control over the incentive payment process. However, this round, we had to rely on a third party for a lot of this process, which we were unaccustomed to. Utilizing a third party made our incentives process more complex, and with this complexity came more chances for something to potentially go wrong. However, at the end of the day, it was still our responsibility as the organization administering the survey to make sure that respondents received their requested incentive. Another challenge we faced with these new incentive options was the differing levels of comfort with technology amongst both respondents and interviewers. Some respondents were not very comfortable with technology at all, which made it hard for them to access any digital options. And then from the perspective of field interviewers, there was a large learning curve, as they had to learn the numerous steps that were associated with facilitating a respondent's incentive selection. And this process resulted in little mistakes, such as interviewers occasionally including a typo in the respondent's email address towards the beginning of the survey. And while this made things somewhat difficult at the beginning of our survey data collection period, we must remember that this is a very human error, as typos happen to us all. Next, I'd like to go into what some of the solutions were that we used to counter these challenges during this round of the SCF. So one of our biggest solutions that we used to counter these challenges was simply to dedicate more labor hours to incentives, as we dedicated more labor hours this round to incentives than any round before. Staff members from central office tracked respondent issues, and they worked with a field manager who was also dedicated to incentive issues to help resolve them as they came up. And when working to solve these issues, the process that we took was to guide them through the redemption process for whichever incentive method they chose. And as we said before, respondents had varying levels of comfortability with technology, and they were often very irritated that they had an issue in the first place. So being patient with them and prioritizing their needs was very important. And to make the process of resolving incentive issues more efficient, we also worked heavily with our IT department on the technology side. In addition to the respondent fee app that we mentioned earlier, the IT department also designed a website which tracked all of our transactions. And this made it easier for us to keep track of who was getting what and to resend incentive information to respondents if necessary. So finally, I'd like to go into what some of the lessons we learned from this process were and what we may potentially do going forward in future SCFs. And so overall, we can see that the addition of these new incentive options provided more flexibility for respondents while providing the SCF more security for both its monetary project assets and its field interviewers. And we can see that in this round, cash and checks were still what most respondents ended up receiving. However, when these options were not offered, most respondents went with e-gift cards and virtual Visa cards. And then in the future, for improving this process, we think that it would be interesting to examine how payment methods differed based on the demographic and geographic characteristics of both interviewers and respondents. As we mentioned previously, interviewers a lot of the time were making the decision to offer cash or checks. And we think it would be interesting to see how these decisions differed based on demographic and geographic traits that not only respondents have, but also that interviewers have, and what factors influence them to make the decision to offer cash or check. In addition, we will utilize what we have learned from improving the logistics of working with a third party in real time this round of the SCF to improve our process further in future rounds of the SCF. And finally, we will explore the possibility of reducing the amount of incentive options offered to the ones that are most frequently selected by respondents, while still offering options beyond just cash or check. And this would keep the flexibility that we have currently, with our new options while making the process more efficient for both NORC and our respondents. And that's all that I have. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Elias. All right, we're gonna open up the floor to questions. Kate is going to moderate the questions. You may prefer to raise your hand and ask a question. I can see that some of you have posted questions in the chat. Kate will first take some questions from those of you that would prefer to ask rather than write your question down. Remember, you need to unmute and then mute yourself after you ask the question. Kate, take it away.
Thank you, Kathy. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Kate Bachtel, and I'm a Senior Research Director in the Economics, Justice, and Society Department at NORC. And happy to work with everyone here on the Survey of Consumer Finances. So as Kathy mentioned, I did see a few questions coming up in the chat, and so I thought we would start with the question from Lisa Blaker, who asked for Callie, what exactly was covered during the designated tech time within the interviewer training?
Yeah, so I can address a few things there. The first was the different tools that we had for our field interviewers. We gave them a laptop as well as a tablet, so just getting them introduced to both of those tools as well as the resources that they would be using most often on those tools. We did this in a few different ways. We had, like I mentioned, our tech team, and then in our later cohorts, we also had some field interviewers who were in one of our first cohorts and were currently in the field come and join training, again, to build some of that field interviewer to field interviewer camaraderie and get some training from fellow staff in that way.
Thank you, Callie. And since we have you warmed up, another question that some of us wanted to ask. You mentioned that when conducting a virtual training, it takes more people. Can you say more about that? Why does it require more staff members?
Sure thing. Yeah, there's a number of reasons for that, some of which we expected and some of which we learned from our first few cohorts. One of the reasons is with breakout rooms, we want as many eyes on our trainees as we can. And in order to fully utilize the breakout room function in Zoom, we had to have more staff in our breakout rooms. Whereas normally we might just have some staff members kind of around the room looking for people in person. We wanted to make sure that there was at least one, if not two, designated people there to kind of keep an eye on anyone who might look confused or might not be tracking or there to answer questions. So breakout rooms is part of that. Whenever we did a mock interview, again, normally we would just have one person in person serve as the faux respondent for the mock interview. But we did those in our breakout rooms to make sure that there was more individualized attention. So we had to have more people being our respondents during our mock interview as well.
Thank you, Callie. That makes sense. Okay, let's go back to the chat. We had a couple questions for Elias. How about this first one? Did you ever experiment or consider Venmo or Zelle as an incentive delivery method?
No, during this round, we did not use Venmo or Zelle, although that is something that we may be interested in exploring in the future, as that may provide more flexibility for us and for respondents. But during this round, we did not use either of those.
Got it. Thanks, Elias. And I can take the next one. Oh, this was also from Lisa, asked, how many respondents to the SCF are there? This is fresh in mind. In the last completed round of the survey of consumer finances, we had 6,261 completed interviews, and we're still collecting data for the 2022 round. So that's to be determined, but about 6,000 from the 2019 data collection. Okay, how about another question for Elias from Michael Zabelski. This one's a little long, so why don't, Elias, do you see it in the chat? It says non-response follow-up operations cost money for the organization administering a survey. Did the cost of providing incentive to respondents prove to be effective by reducing the average number of contact attempts to collect survey response while giving respondents a direct positive benefit instead of spending the same money chasing after hard to collect responses? Any analysis on this type of cost trade-off related to your data collection strategy? Do you want to take a stab at that one, Elias?
Sure. And so I am not sure at the moment of what exactly our cost trade-off was, as we are still, in the process of collecting data for the survey. But this is something that would be very interesting to look into, and we will definitely keep this in mind as we're planning for future rounds of the SCF.
Definitely. Yes, just as you said, Elias, there's analysis that we've just started, but yet to complete. I see there's a raised hand, but I'm looking to see whose hand is raised. Forgive me. Anthony, if you can.
Yeah, that would be Lisa Blaker. Your mic should be open now. You could unmute.
I'm from Westgate. My question also is for either Elias or Elias. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. But what my question was when the respondent interacted with the third party to get the incentive, was the third party aware that the respondent was a respondent of the SCF? Because I'm just wondering about like more sensitive surveys where, I don't want to, self-identify as being a part of a particular survey.
That's a very good question. And the respondents, the third party knew that the respondents were from a NORC survey, but they did not know which specific NORC survey. So it wasn't identified to the third party that it was specifically for the SCF.
Thank you, Lisa. There was one question for Jimmy. Do you think your model could be applied to a survey being conducted in real time, such as a web survey or a CAPI survey?
Yeah, no, I think it could. I mean, I'm not familiar with the intricacies of web surveys or CAPI surveys, but I could speak about ProofPoint in that all the cases that were completed were uploaded basically the next day. And so we didn't have near instantaneous information about the surveys after they were completed immediately, but we did have a pretty good real idea of the information collected within a 24-hour span. And so I think, I mean, the SCF is a very major and time-intensive survey, but I think the model that we have for SCF can be applicable towards other surveys, especially those in real time.
Thank you, Jimmy. And I can add that we're in the process of trying to do just that, expand the training of the model by applying it to other surveys, other data collections, to pick up on different types of quality issues. Let's see, were there any other questions in the chat? I think that's everyone. that's listed a question so far. I know we need to save just a couple minutes at the very end for some housekeeping announcements. But let me just do a call now. Does anyone have an additional question that you'd like to raise? You could either put it in the chat, raise your hand. Okay, I don't see any hands, so I'm going to throw out another question. This is for all the speakers. Some of you talked explicitly about data quality and the implications of data quality for your respective piece of engagement, be it interviewer monitoring, respondent incentives, training, etc. But I was wondering, because it's emphasized so heavily for the survey of consumer finances, if you could just speak a little bit more to the particular relevance of quality for your specific areas. Who'd like to take a stab at it?
I can speak about some of the challenges. So the training that we already have developed for field interviewers is really intensive because our instrument is so complex. So one challenge I faced in trying to come up with culturally responsive, research training modules is how can you account for all of the cultural diversity in the United States and sort of, prepare people for that, not knowing exactly what they're going to encounter. And so that's why we've approached these modules sort of like, an intro class to sociology or anthropology, where people gain foundational skills as sort of social scientists so they can then adapt to all kinds of situations.
Thanks, Heather. Any of the other speakers want to chime in?
I'll hop off that. As Heather said, we do have a really thorough and complicated training because it's such a complicated survey. So as we obviously put data quality and emphasis on that during training itself, we also have feedback that we get from our client when they view the data, and as well as when we review the data. And so part of our continuous learning and continuous training that we do with our field interviewers also has a heavy emphasis on data quality, just as we're seeing what this cohort of field interviewers is producing.
Thank you, Callie.
I could speak about interviewer monitoring and falsification. I mean, I guess it's somewhat obvious as to how data quality pertains to this, but I think the larger picture being is that, the SCF is probably, if not one of the only, probably the only major source out there that provides a really comprehensive view of Americans' personal finances. And so being able to provide data that's top notch and that's accurate is critical. I mean, not just for the Federal Reserve, but also just for policymakers or academics or others who look at this data. And so being able to, at an interviewer level, at a case level, being able to see, okay, do all of these things match up with being a case that's valid? Making sure that that information that we could provide to the Federal Reserve is important. And so, making sure that data quality is up of mind for the area that we're focused on, it's critical.
Thanks, Jimmy.
And then I can go for incentives and explain how data quality is related to this. And essentially, I wanted to make a point like sort of similar to Jimmy's, in that, the survey of consumer finances is a very important survey. But not only is it very important, it's also, very long and very intrusive. And so after this, you want to give the respondents like something, a reason to want to do it. Because, it could be seen as, intruding on their privacy if they are not, accepting of, what the survey is. So we really, really make sure that with the incentive data that we collect, that the incentive amount is correct, and that the incentive type is correct. And we work with the field on this, and we work with a third party on this, and we have extensive communications with them throughout the process. And we really just want to emphasize that getting respondents their incentive that they requested is very important for the survey, and that we always want to make sure that they receive their fair reward for taking it.
Thanks, Jimmy. Okay, well, I think we've heard from everyone on that question. I'll make one last call. Does anyone have an additional question that they want to throw out? Just quickly scan for hands up. I see none. So why don't we wrap up the Q&A there, maybe give everyone a couple minutes back in their day. But before we wrap, Chris wanted a few minutes to share some updates or requests. So I'll be quiet and let you do so.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. This is Chris Stringer here at the Census Bureau. Just wanted to make a couple of announcements on behalf of the FedCASIC organizing committee. One, thanks everybody for attending. This has been a really great conference this year, highly attended. People have been very enthusiastic, and we've gotten to see some great presentations. Wanted to give folks a heads up about the post-conference survey that will be coming your way in the coming weeks, and encourage everyone to complete that. We will take into account the answers to that survey and feedback when we plan the conference for next year. So it'll be really helpful. Also, session recordings and slides will be available on the FedCASIC website in the coming weeks. So you'll be able to re-listen to some of these sessions, ones that you didn't have the chance to attend, and also pull down the slides from individual presentations. And I wanted to make a plug for the 2024 FedCASIC and just urge attendees to consider submitting an abstract when the call for abstract goes out in the winter, and consider, being part of the conference for next year. That's it. Thanks everybody for attending and for making this another great FedCASIC conference.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks everybody for attending.